proof enough for me that there's no God.
Well, if there is, he's a vengeful God, isn't he?
Indeed.
God. Okay, you know, in the late 90s, I think they passed a new law which made it easier for people to sue companies and individuals at their companies for sexual harassment. And as a result, to cover themselves legally, corporations made people watch sexual harassment videos when they started new jobs. In fact, how many people here have had to watch
Everybody's seen them.
okay.
Yeah, they see them all the time. Yeah. Well, we got our hands on 17 of them, and these are videos that were intended for office employees, construction workers, military personnel, that kind of thing. And what we did is we took those 17 videos and we edited them down to 3 minutes of just the reenactments of what not to do.
What not to do, yeah.
Yeah. So here it is, the best of harassment.
Hey, Kara.
Yeah?
What do you think of my banana?
Just pretend we're in the locker room and talk dirty to me. You can do it.
Hey, you big stud, how's it hanging today?
I'm pretty good with my tools.
See anything you like?
The way I hear it, you were pretty good at that bending over part.
Does this lacy stuff do anything for you?
Are you in love?
You're bigger, huh?
They should all look this good, huh?
You know, you handle cucumbers better than anyone I've ever seen.
Oh, check those out, Neil.
Oof. Make sure my curtain is properly hung.
Crying for a strong man like you.
You want to help me blow out my candle?
Banana a day helps keep the stress away.
Gene, how you doing this morning?
Oh, I'm fine, John. Morning, John.
Good morning, Debbie.
Good morning, John. Every morning he comes in here kissing everyone.
Oh, that's just John. You know, it's an office tradition.
Let's take a moment to discuss John's kissing tradition.
I don't understand all these hang-ups about men touching men. Keep up the good work.
Excuse me. Lunch? No, thanks.
I need to go.
Congratulations.
Man, I heard that Sandra was still a virgin. No earthquake, man. You just Sandra. She forgot to put on her bra.
That's not Sandra. Poor Sandra.
Hey, what about Bill? He's a hardworking kid.
Not a good idea. Not from what I hear.
What did you hear?
I heard he's got AIDS.
Can I help you?
You definitely could, but they would have to wait until you get off work.
You wanted me?
Okay, I'm sorry. I have to go back because I know if Auntie Deb is watching, she's going to be pissed. She missed a very specific part. I'm going to hell.
Man, I heard that Sandra was still a virgin. No earthquake, man. You just Sandra. She forgot to put on her bra.
That's not Sandra. Poor Sandra.
Hey, what about Bill? He's a hardworking kid.
Not a good idea. Not from what I hear.
What did you hear?
I heard he's got AIDS.
Can I help you?
You definitely could, but they would have to wait until you get off work.
You wanted me?
Of course I want you.
You wanted me?
Want you? Well, of course I want you. We can talk about that later. Hi, can I help you?
Yes, you can, but we can talk about that later.
It's way past quitting time. Let's get some dinner and maybe some sweet dessert.
Did you see that cartoon in Playboy about doing it on pool tables?
The dog said, pass the salt.
Then the lawyer says, because I can't remember where my office is.
Not funny.
Ooh, muy bonita, señora.
Ooh, nice.
I wasn't there to see you in your bathing suit.
Looking good. You think those are real or she have them work done?
So I got in early this morning and there was this black guy standing in the lobby. It was very scary.
Either you spend this time with me or you have some decisions to make.
I'm sorry, but I just think fat people are, ugh.
No, they were talking about the band Foreigner.
Nice jungle outfit you got on today.
You know, I think I'll give him a call and try to Jew him down on the price a bit.
Oh, he is so disgusting. Ignore him.
Relax. Relax. Come on, I'm just trying to help you relax.
Oh, man, my shoulder's killing me. Oh, here, let me work that out for you. Hey, just relax, all right? This will help, trust me.
It's the best
You know what, Melissa? You decide. You decide what it is, okay? Is there a reason we're here? Is there a reason we're doing this? You decide. You decide. No reason. Oh, Diddy just got home. Exciting news. Dad's boyfriend's home. Yes, it's a sexual harassment training seminar video that you all have to watch. Clearly, you've been spray painting go home foreigners on people's lockers. And now you guys have to watch this. And also, how is that sexual harassment? Starzy, thank you for being a member for 6 months. And I'm sorry that you were a member for 6 months. I'm sorry for everything I put you through. Dear God, this is one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Now we're going to watch a McDonald's training video for janitors. It's very funny. Lord Hoogan. What the fuck? That's us. No, go back. Hold on. Dad fucked up.
But no matter how many times some people try this,
Well, I
dance,
guess
they
we're gonna
just
watch
can't
Bob
seem to get
Wolfsong.
it. But not
Never
this
mind, we're watching Bob
reporter, huh?
Wolfsong. Enjoy.
That's right. Can you show me that move one more time?
Well, there are no mistakes, just variations.
Okay.
It goes like this: swivel, swivel, kick, kick.
Okay, I think I got it. Okay.
Woohoo! So
Get in. And stay with me because I'm going to do one of these things. Hoo-hoo. 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 Okay, I think I got it. Yeah.
Okay. Not quite.
Nano says the technique helps people find their natural rhythm and encourages self-expression. The music varies as much as the movements. Students bounce, kick, and jump around to African, Latin, and rock music. They even climb on top of
Also,
each other.
Happy New Year, everyone.
One student says dance kinetics has benefited her more than she could have ever imagined.
More than she
For an
could have
hour
ever
and 15
imagined.
minutes, these students escape from their daily grind and leave feeling rejuvenated. In Northport, Alyssa Coleman,
No one's in
News
trouble.
12,
No one's in trouble. Dad just found some cool videos and then lost them immediately. Where did I put the good one? Sexual Oh, okay. That was supposed to be first. That's why it fucked up. I don't know why my shit's in there. Oops. All right, here. This is the training aid. It's licensed to McDonald's. You're not supposed to see this. This is OSINT, though, technically. So let them sue. This is a McDonald's custodial training video. I don't know why I find it amusing, but I do. Let me know what you think. And once more people get here, we will talk Hank Brennan, and then we will do some call-ins. Yay! Why don't you like Twitter, Ernie? It's full of nice people who are kind and sensitive to your needs. And God, they're so polite. Twitter's just full of the best of the best, huh?
Hi, Chris.
Oh, hi, Jennifer.
Welcome to your first day on the job.
Thank you.
Here for a cup of coffee?
Oh, great.
Scott, I'd like you to meet Chris. He's our new custodian.
Hi, Chris. Scott. So you're our new McSee. McSee?
What an asshole.
Bob Logan, this is Chris Ferguson. He's our new McSee. Bob is the owner-operator.
Oh, hello.
Hi, Chris. Jennifer told us good things about you. Welcome aboard.
Thank you, Mr. Logan.
Bob, call me Bob.
Thank you, Mr.
You got some
Logan.
real big shoes to fill here, Chris.
Oh,
A clown used to work here.
thank you.
Before we get started, Chris, do you have any questions?
Yes. What's an McSee?
I'm sorry. That's McDonald's language. We call the custodian the McSee because, well, there's clean, and then there's McDonald's clean. And you're in
Sexual
charge. See,
tension.
you're in charge of exactly 1/3 of our.
Yeah, Little Misfit, is your Hugin okay? What happened to your Hugin? I hope your Hugin's okay. Also, Melissa and Mia Beto, aka Dance Kinetics. I don't know if Mia's here. I know Melissa's here. How are you guys feeling? I know y'all were sick. I don't want you to be sick. Please get better or you're grounded, you stupid bitches. Get better now. Don't make me send doctors to you.
Our business. You're the new McC. It's your job to make sure that this McDonald's restaurant is the cleanest place in town.
Yes, you're all hired.
Wow.
Let's get started. Well, let's wash a few windows, shall we?
Ready when you are.
So, step 1. Take your brush and dip it in the bucket.
Also,
And
this
brush
is a
the
great
solution.
idea. Melissa, thank you for this idea. You are McTurd for the rest of this video, and I'd like you all to figure out what your new McDonald's names are. You are McDarlene, you're McMalarkey, or should you be McMary? Would you like to be McCursey Nursey M and McBird? McJulie Craziest Person on Earth? What do you guys think? McStarzy? McMisfit? He's getting better, very sick tummy, dehydrated, long night. Oh, poor Puppins. The Hoogan sends his love and his licks and his kisses. Oh, I hope your Hoogan's better. You don't have to send a doctor to me. I can get her online. Hell yeah, you can, Darlene. Mick Yuck. I know what you meant. Just don't leave Grimace along with the vacuum. Jesus Christ, did you hear us fart? They're getting louder. McGrimace, you mean? McDarlene? Big Mac bad actors. Love that for you. Poor puppies. May all your Hoogan snoots be wet.
And on. Then stand back and look at it once and look at it twice and spot clean that window with a paper towel.
I like the guy in the background
That's
right
it.
there.
That's the way to do it. Buff that window. And don't stop cleaning until you see McC.
Hey, is that him? Was that him?
Don't stop cleaning till you see McC. Sounds real bad.
Okay, bye, McC.
Well, they say if you're really good, you'll see McC.
It seems that there are lots of little things to be taken care of in the dining room. Chandeliers, high chairs, pictures, plants, that kind of thing.
The little things. You hit it right on the head, Chris. It's the details. You've got to finesse the details if you're going to see McC.
Mm-hmm. Jennifer, have you ever seen McC?
Oh, sure he's around here somewhere. Come on. We've got a Florida mop.
Right behind you.
They used to date. Yeah, McC used to.
Whoa, hold on there, Chris. I'm glad to see you're so enthusiastic, but you're defeating your purpose a little bit, okay? You're sweeping too fast.
Yeah, you're right. Hey, that was quite a workout.
Yeah, it really is a pretty good exercise routine. I'm glad you look at it that way, Chris, because now we're going to rinse.
Boy, McDonald's doesn't do anything halfway, do they?
They?
Oh, I meant we don't do anything halfway, period.
Quit sucking out.
You know, I've got a
Period. On point. That's what that twink should have said. He should have said period.
feeling if you keep talking that way, Chris, you're going to see McC before long.
Is she talking about her McCunt? I am so concerned.
Well, that's it for the floors then, Chris. Good job.
Yeah, it looks pretty good.
What about the baseboards, Chris? Did you detail the job? What can you do to finesse it?
Say, Jennifer, do you think maybe I should wipe down the baseboards? I mean, there's just a few areas.
Little voice told me to do it, so
I believe you've seen McC, Chris.
let's have some applause. He saw McC, everybody. It's his first day on the job.
Good for you.
You know what I hate? A dirty restroom. Oh, I can't stand it, especially in a restaurant, you know?
Boy, you said it. I mean, that's where we can make or break our reputation, right there. I mean, that's our credibility.
So, when do I start?
Right now. Come on.
If you've ever questioned the credibility of McDonald's, don't. Don't you dare. I want to McRib now too, but supposedly they're out.
Great.
When you wash the walls and
Yeah.
fixtures,
And if you kids keep acting up, Dad's going to show you her McC.
the clean
Here's where he starts to go a little nuts.
Wash a small area, then wring that sponge out and wipe the area dry.
Finesse that wall. That's the way.
Now, when you wash the sink, make sure you rinse off all the solution. Then dry it off with paper towels.
Make it shine, guy. Make it shine. I even shine the pipes, Jennifer.
Now that's detailing it.
Okay, by the way, I almost forgot this. Let me bring myself up here for a second. I'll do a half screen. We'll do a half screen. Hey, Miss TJ, I had an idea the other day. I don't know how you would feel about this, but I want to get you and Claudia together at one point to talk. I don't know if you guys can do it through Discord or through email. You both you write kids' books, right? And she reads kids' books on her YouTube channel. It would be so fucking cool I'll buy a copy of your book and send it to her. It would be so cool to see her read one of your books. The kids' book that you read that we talked about, that you wrote that we talked about. Is that cool? Should we try to hook that up? I think that would be super cool because she reads them on her channel and you write them. Why are you not the next Turd and Ernie? We should make this happen. Just a thought. Also, I did see an email from Claudia today. My phone was fucking up. I'm trying to transfer my phone to a new phone because my current phone has cracks all over it. It's just the screen is fucked. Somehow, I fucked that all up. And now I have two phones. One, I get texts, and the other, I get calls. I'm trying to fix it. I don't know how this happened. I was McGroomed. I was McGroomed by Cricket. I was McGroomed by the mobile PCS, the AT&T. They all McGroomed me. And now my phone's fucked up. But I plan on going online and reading all the emails today. I haven't been at my computer. I was busy doing that. And it was like an all day thing. So here's what I'm going to do. And I do have to sleep sometime. I'm going to go through it. I'm going to read everything, but I'm trying to figure out a way. I know Mia is sick right now, and she's the one who's been helping out Claudia with like finding a place to live and stuff like that, or like getting her situated while we try to like help her out. I don't feel comfortable starting like a GoFundMe for you guys because like that's, I just feel like that's kind of crossing a boundary, and there's just not something that I can do for everyone. So that's one of those things where it's like, if you start it, you're going to have to do it all the time. I can't do that. Also, I know a lot of people don't like that service, and I wouldn't know how to transfer it all. So when Mia gets better, or after I talk to Claudia via email, I'm going to see if she has a method to donate. Because I would like to try to help her out. If anything, I could just send her a few bucks. I just want to try to help her out and try to help her find a permanent place to live. That's going to be the next goal after we helped out Glitter. Because you guys know, if y'all have, I don't care if it's like a broken hip, a sick grandson, a cause, I know Miss Jessica has, she works with veterans a lot and stuff. So I'm pretty sure she emailed me last week. I need to go check and get a list of those. I'm going to start a page in Discord where it's going to be, what is in my fucking eye? It's going to be basically links to where if you'd like to donate to causes, you can pick one, and I'm going to try to get them all vouched and verified and stuff so that, I know that a lot of people, they want to be generous and they're like, where can I donate to? And I'm like, do it here. But I'd like to just have like a list of places, Authrim, DNA, links for different DNA tests that you can submit to if you would like to help donate, because I think it's like 500 to 5Gs depending on what kind of DNA they need. There's a ton of cold cases out there that need donations in order to get those privately funded. I know that we have people in the chat who back a bunch of really good organizations. The free Karen Reed to pay for her bills is going to be up there. I'll even throw Turtle Boys up there. Everybody's who we can vouch for, who we know are good organizations. And I do plan on figuring out a way to get donations to Claudia to help her out. So that should be up soon. In the meantime, though, I've been looking at you kids with your channels and the things that you're doing, and you're all very smart. I did watch Dillhole's prank videos, and I do need to email him to see if he minds if we play some of those. I think he said I could, so we'll see how that goes. That would be sick. But yeah, Miss TJ, you write kids' books, she reads them on her channel. Let's do that. I think that would fucking rule. Anyway, let's keep learning how to be McNodes. How about that?
Did you get the mirror?
I got the mirror.
Did you see McSee?
I saw McSee.
That's only half of his duties. There's inside custodial, this is outside.
If that isn't a true McSee or what?
Pardon me?
Taking inventory?
Well, yeah.
Come on.
Spot clean, make it perfect, and buff that window and see McSee.
Boy, you do learn fast, Chris.
It's the first time anyone's told him that.
Perfect.
You think?
Mm-hmm.
Well, what's next?
Garbage. Once a week, you'll be scrubbing down the trash bins.
Really?
Absolutely.
Oh,
Top, sides, and bottom. I'll tell you how to use the lot cleaner when we wash the parking lot.
Wash the parking lot.
That's right. Wash the parking lot.
Boy, now that's McDonald's clean.
You've got that right, Chris. That is McDonald's clean.
See, I was thinking about that, Carrie. That's a good idea. I just want to get her either a Cash App or a PayPal or something set up. But I need her help in that because she's gonna have to. I don't want to ask you guys for your bank details or shit like that, but I'm gonna figure it out with her and I will be posting it. And also I saw this, yes, Miss TJ. I was actually looking into that, and you know what pisses me off so fucking bad? There are so many, let me bring myself up here. There are so many people who have inquired about this, not just on this channel, but on like way bigger ones and all like on the news and shit. Like, how can people donate to these rape kit backlogs in Houston, in where is it? Where was the other one? Fucking Chicago, like all these different places that have big ass backlogs for rape kits. And it's weird because in some places, like in Texas, privatized funds have to be approved by the local government. So privatized funding for anything would require the investigators approving it on each specific case or the government allowing it, and they won't. And I don't fucking know why. Like, you can't, like, I tried to donate to an orphanage a long time ago for a comedy thing where we raised money. It was like a benefit, and they wouldn't take the money. Like, we ended up having to go through all these fucking ladders and shit to do it. So that, I've been looking for that, and I mean, I think I'm going to have to settle on a couple of organizations that I really would like to vet them. There's a couple of them like RAIN and these anti-sexual violence networks that I believe fund through, like, I don't really know how they do it, but they say that they fund stuff like that. But I want to make sure that specific places that are in need of that are getting help. And everything I can find on a lot of the Texas ones and Cali and pretty much all of the north, pretty much everywhere, it like really depends on local government, and it's wild how difficult it is. But I'm gonna look into that. Thank you for reminding me. Also, I don't know where Dillhole's been. I hope he's okay, but we are going to be, if he allows us, I would love to show you some of his prank videos because they are very fucking funny. He's a very talented gentleman. Okay, we had to wash the parking lot in Texas when people rode horses through the drive. I know. And you have to spray that shit down too because horse shit is gross. On 6th Street, they used to just plop dukes in the street and drunk bitches would just pass out and land in the shit. It was so insane. Yep. Also, big fan of scrubbing garbage cans. Big fan of it. More people should do that because they get real stinky because there's garbage in them. You hit your heads on things and get my pockets caught. I get my pockets caught on doorknobs all the time, and I'm tall. I don't understand it. Why does this happen? I don't see Dill here. I was just thinking about him the other day because his shit popped up because I told you I watch all your streams. If I know you guys have a channel, I'll go watch it. But his popped up and I watched him do a prank phone call in the middle of the night. It was very funny. I was like, God damn, Dill, he's crazy. Yeah, that's the thing. And like when we had the shooting in my hometown, the amount of fake GoFundMes that went around and raised so much money, like millions, and then the real ones didn't. That was infuriating. So we had to create, me and this kid I grew up with, my first gay boyfriend, Sean, we had to make a list and vet each one and then send it out to all of the survivors and their families and say, here, share this, because there are so many that were fake. And luckily the one good thing about GoFundMe is they will absolutely catch it and refund your money. And they are very good about catching it, and they don't require a whole lot to do that. But yeah, that is like, how long did it take after? Because we caught them pretty quickly, even though they'd raise a lot of money. I think once they close it and take the money out, that's when you're fucked. If GoFundMe, if it's still open and they're still collecting money though, Kelly, send me a link to that and I will walk you through the process of how to get that shit taken down. And that is insane. And also, if you have, I know that you've dealt with St. Jude's for a long time, right? Didn't you bring that up about your kiddo? And if you have any cancer fundraisers or anything for you or the kiddo that you want to send, I will put it on the list in a heartbeat. Thank you so much for bringing that up. But yeah, I'd like to vet them all first. So I just want to make sure that they are the right ones. Am I wearing a Randy tee? I don't know what that means. What does Randy mean? Randy who? From Trailer Park Boys? Cheeseburger? Is my belly out? Duh, bitch. All right, let's watch the rest of this. This is hilarious.
Thanks for your help, Jennifer. You're a good teacher.
It was local. God, that's even worse. They did that shit to us. For my friend Tara, because she died in the shooting, and her kids, they were gonna have a hard time. And these bikers threw a big one at a bar nearby. It raised so much fucking money, and then they took it. It was infuriating. So sorry,
I love you. We're gonna like it here.
We?
Me and McC.
Come on.
Does that motivate you to clean the bathrooms there?
Make it shine, guys. Make it shine.
Religious family.
No, that's proof enough for me that there's no God.
Well, if there is, he's a vengeful God, isn't he?
Indeed.
God. Okay, in the late 90s, I think they passed a new law which made it easier for people to sue companies and individuals at their companies for sexual harassment. And as a result, to cover themselves legally, corporations made people watch sexual harassment videos when they started new jobs. In fact, how many people here have had to watch
Everybody's seen them.
okay.
Yeah, they see them all the time. Yeah. Well, we got our hands on 17 of them, and these are videos that were intended for office employees, construction workers, military personnel, that kind of thing. And what we did is we took those 17 videos and we edited them down to 3 minutes of just the reenactments of what not to do.
Not to do, yeah.
Yeah. So here it is, the best of harassment.
Hey, Kara.
Also, I am going to let this play through a little bit because we have way more people in here now. And I just want them to see this because it's so ridiculous and funny.
Yeah.
What do you think of my banana? Just pretend we're in the locker room and talk dirty to me. You can do it.
Hey, you big stud, how's it hanging today?
I'm pretty good with my tools.
See anything you like?
The way I hear it, you were pretty
Ooh, I'm going to look it up. I don't know. I need to look on the back tag. I got this at Goodwill.
good at that bending over part.
Does this lacy stuff do anything for you?
Are you in love?
It was.
You're bigger, huh?
They should all look this good, huh?
You know, you handle cucumbers better than anyone I've ever seen.
Oh, check those out, Neil. Oof.
Make sure my curtain is.
God damn, Kelly. They were really awful to you. I'm so sorry about that. Well, listen, fuck them. I don't think you're fucking lying. I mean, Jesus Christ, people are fucking nuts. Just if you do ever have one or if there's a cause that you think will help, let me know.
Properly hung.
Crying for a strong man like you.
You want to help me blow out my candle? Banana a day helps keep the stress away.
Gene, how you doing this morning?
Oh, I'm fine, John.
Morning, John.
Good morning, Debbie.
Good morning, John.
Mm.
Every morning he comes in here kissing everyone.
Oh, that's just John. You know, it's an office tradition.
Let's take a moment to discuss John's kissing.
No, I don't understand all these hang-ups about men touching men. Keep up the good work.
Excuse me. Lunch? No, thanks.
I need to go.
Congratulations. Man, I heard that Sandra was still a virgin.
Bitch, it does say LuLaRoe. I just looked. Or LuLaRoe. Wait, is that MLM? Girl, am I wearing an MLM top? That's hilarious. Is it? Is it? That's crazy. It does. It says LuLaRoe and it's all rainbow. You knew your own threads. That's amazing. Is this the one from the documentary where those ladies got scammed? Because if I'm wearing a scammer top, that's hilarious. I got it for $1. McFucking love it. Girl, no pity party here. But in all seriousness, that shit fucking sucks. People love to pile on. And it's crazy how many people will say this person's faking when you got fucking Gypsy Rose out here. Are you kidding me? You kidding me, people? Sweet lady. I'm so sorry, Kelly. I'm sorry they did that to you, girl. We would never fuck on you, Kelly. We love you, Kelly. We're here to support you, ma'am. Cursey Nursey loves it. I guess I am. They are? Ah, fuck. I'm wearing it. I'm wearing the MLM. I hate MLM. It stands for Mom's Losing Money. It's terrible. All the McTouchin is making my skin crawl. McTouchin. It sounds like, wow, that's great. I don't know why that's so funny. Yep, I guess I am wearing an MLM top. Well, you know, the Goodwill pushed it on me. Yeah, they're fucking, you know what? Fuck them, Kelly. Fuck them. If you need anything, let me know. Yeah, I gotta go. I was like, it's $1. I'm gonna fucking take this. This looks nice. Fuck. Family members had to GoFundMe when my bestie's daughter died at 21. He took all the money. He was the one who started the fund. Oh my God. Did people report him? Or I'm assuming no, if he took all the money. God damn it. I love the Randy. Hey, we love you, dude. We love you. Yeah, I think she is pregnant, right? Unless it's another fucking scam. I gotta say, her plastic surgery is amazing. I know Gypsy's a horrible human being and she sucks, but her plastic surgery is amazing. I put Paul in my Happy New Year song. If I super chat $10 to ask OB to play it, who will super chat 20 to not play it? First of all, I will play it. I will absolutely play. Fucking let me play this so I can go find it now.
No earthquake, man.
And-
Just savage. We got to put on a bra.
Thank you, Paul. So tattoos is the one who started that. So you're the one who's at fault for LuLaRoe? Jesus.
That's not Sandra. Poor Sandra.
Hey, what about Bill? He's a hardworking kid.
Not a good idea. Not
She
from what I
had,
hear.
wait, what did you? She had the baby. How did she get all that plastic surgery while pregnant? Then. Wait, what? She got plastic surgery though. She did it right after she was knocked up. You can't get it while you're pregnant, right? It is. It is the worst. Oh my God. Damn. Wait, what? I'm sorry if I'm out of the loop, but what the hell? Is Aunt Deb HD? I don't know. What does HD mean? A hard dude? Or like in HD? I did not start it, you whore. Yeah, you did. You started LuLaRoe. I'm telling everyone. Dude, I'm going to have to go look it up. It was an accurate drawing. I agree. She did, right? Didn't she get plastic surgery? Her nose looks great. Right? You can't have it while you're pregnant. She also killed her mom. That is true. You can have surgery when preggo if you killed a mom. Jesus Christ. She did. She's basically Eddie Guerrero. She's like, I cheat, I steal. She's crazy. I saw, dude, she goes to wrestling shows. She went to AEW. I made a whole thing for it. It said Gypsy Rose is all elite. She's such a piece of shit. I thought they were talking about Gyp faking her pregnancy because she's in hot water now with her diabetes. Oh, yeah, I could see her faking it. Have we seen the baby? Did the baby get plastic surgery to look like her? Because I don't believe it. I don't know. They reported him, took him to court. It is still waiting to go to jury trial this year because she was born with cystic fibros, no life insurance ever. Funeral was huge money. On that GoFundMe. Oh my God. Get those screenshots. Get them in now, dude. Let's not be worried about surgery. If you killed someone, good Lord. Well, I mean, I'm a little stressed out if she got surgery while with baby. No baby? Saw a pic with her and the baby. Oh, no. Is it a plastic baby? Yeah, she just got out of jail. That's another thing. So she gets out of jail. When she went to wrestling, she was busted as fuck. You cannot tell me she had surgery before that, and that was not that long ago. So she had the surgery, which she did, because she looks totally fucking different. She would have had to do it when she was pregnant, right? I saw the Goose Rises all elite post before I discovered UOB. It was the funniest. You saw that? Oh, you saw the Gypsy Rose? Yeah. The Goose Rise. We're going to start calling her Goose Rise. Yeah, that was like one of the posts on my comedy account that went pretty viral. That was pretty funny. And then I saw Farrah Abraham there. And she was with that guy, the old guy, her sugar daddy. And I was obsessed. I was like, it's Farrah. It's Teen Mom Farrah. What is she doing here? Who's that guy? Ah. You sub to Dingus Invasion? Oh, those are just all my alt accounts. Those are literally for just when Aunt Deb blocks me. Because she does it all the time. It's very funny. And also, I find it very funny. I love it. I love it. That's the goal. The goal is to get blocked by Deb. We took a girl to Dr. Phil for scamming people with fake pregnancies. You're in an episode of Dr. Phil. Send it to me. He went to my university. He is hanging in the alumni hall right next to RoboCop and Nora Jones and Stone Cold. I had Botox when Prego. My baby was beautiful. Yeah, but Botox and plastic surgery are totally different, right? Like I'm pretty sure that they have, because with the plastic surgery, don't you have to have anesthesia, and you can't do that when you're pregnant unless it's absolutely necessary? I don't know. Never been pregnant. I mean, some other countries might not care about surgery while pregnant. That is a good point. But can she leave? I think she's on parole, right? Yeah, how'd she have the time? I don't even have the time to fucking do the dishes. It's been 3 months. I've been trying to get through them all. And this bitch is out here getting surgeries, going to wrestling shows, having babies, doing interviews. She's just doing a lot, dude. She's doing a lot.
You here?
I heard he's got AIDS.
Can I help you?
You definitely could, but that would have to wait until you get off work.
You wanted me?
Oh, shit.
Of course I want you. You wanted me?
Want you? Well, of course I want you. We can talk about that later.
Hi, can I help you?
Yes, you can, but we can talk about that later.
It's way past quitting time. Let's get some dinner and maybe some sweet dessert.
You see that cartoon?
Yeah, dude. If I was her baby, I'd be like, don't, not the mama. Please put a new nose on me.
Playboy about doing it on full terms.
And the dog said, pass the salt.
Then the lawyer says,
Oh,
because I can't
shit,
remember
Kelly.
where my office is.
Not funny.
Whew. I wish I would have heard I wanted to hear the premise of that joke.
Ooh, muy bonita, señora.
Ooh, nice. I wasn't there to see you in your bathing suit.
Looking good.
You think those are real or she have them work done?
So I got in early this morning and there was this black guy standing in the lobby. It was very
Well, let's not say that, because that's mean. And also, I've seen some women who get Botox lips and they look fine. Some women, it looks insane. But, to each their own. There's a lady who tried to look like a cat, and she looks pretty cool. That's assault. I don't think they make you take mandatory pregnancy tests before surgery, huh? I mean, I think they can tell, can't they, from your blood? I don't know. Did he say that's assault? He did. I think he did. Let's go back.
Here's some sweet dessert.
Claudia, I'm
doing it
going
on-
to be emailing you back tonight, hun. We just talked about you. We have ideas. Also, you read books for kids, and Miss TJ writes books for kids. I'm going to order one and send it to you, Miss Claudia. I want you to read Miss TJ's book on your channel.
And the dog said, pass the salt.
Then the lawyer
They
says,
do. They look
because I
fine
can't
sometimes.
remember where my office is.
Dude, please do.
Not funny.
Kelly, just write it down. You know what I mean? Look, if there's one piece of advice I can ever give you kids, just start it. Whatever it is that you want to do. Don't sit there and go, but I'm too old, but I'm too tired, but I don't have the money. But no. Just start it. Just start it. You might not have it right now to finish it. You might not have it in you to finish it. You might not have the money. You might not have the chutzpah. You might not even know where it's going. You might not have a game plan. The first key to making change and doing what you want and taking the first step in anything is to start it. So all you have to do is just start it. Don't worry about finishing it. Just start it. If you want to write a tell-all book, people would never who gives a fuck? Start it. Write it anyway. Don't picture in your mind the outcome of something you haven't even begun. That's only going to hold you back. Start it. Worry about that when the time comes. Worry about that in the editing process. I mean, if you want to get technical with it, that's where editing and fact checking comes in, right? That's at the end. So just start it. I'd believe you. Fuck. Stevie Irwin, grounded for laughing.
Muy bonita, señora.
Ooh, nice. I wasn't there to see you in your bathing suit.
Looking good.
God damn it, Claudia, is that true? I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Jesus Christ.
You think those are real and she have them work done?
So I got in early this morning and there was this black guy standing in the lobby.
She really did? She died? You know, I try to give you kids a good metaphor and you're like, she's dead. She's dead. Oh, yeah, that lady you were just talking about? Yeah, dead. Fucking A. This is just like a real family. It's just like a real family. Hey, Mom, remember blah, blah, when you said they're dead? You guys are the parents now.
Muy bonita, señora.
Ooh, nice. I wasn't there to see you in your bathing suit.
Looking good.
You think those are real and she have them work done?
So I got in early this morning and there was this black guy
I'd buy
standing
it.
in the lobby. It was very scary.
Either you spend this time with me or you have some decisions to make.
I'm sorry, but I just think fat people are. Ugh.
No, they were talking about the band Foreigner.
Nice jug lock that you got on today.
No, I think I'll give him a call and try to Jew him down on the price a bit.
Oh, he is so disgusting. Ignore him.
Relax. Relax.
Come on, I'm just trying to help you relax.
Oh, man, my shoulder's killing me.
Yeah, what a terrible idea.
Here, let me work that out for you. Hey, just relax, all right? This will help, trust me.
What the fuck? Who exploded? Cat lady just exploded? Please tell me she didn't. Oh, I'll believe anything. She made herself better. She wanted to look like a cat, and she did.
It's the best of harassment.
Best of harassment. I don't know. They asked us sexual harassment.
Yeah, eat some catnip in her memory, you guys. Eat some catnip in her memory. Okay, we're going to watch a short Hank Brennan clip today because I found some more weird things. I wanted to show you this the other night, but I was just too tired. And I was like, meh, we'll just wait. And it's not that long. And the reason that I'm even slipping it in, not sexual harassment, is because I think it's very important. And when we're done with it, we will do call-ins. And we might even watch 2 of them because, I mean, yeah, he kind of repeats himself, but I just think it's so astounding, like the shit he's saying. And I know that a lot of you didn't follow the Whitey Bulger trial. So I do plan on doing an extended video for you probably tomorrow or the next day, just coming up this week. I'm going to be very busy on the 4th, so I'm not going to be here that day. So may the 4th be with you. I'm so sorry. I never wanted to say that out loud. But what I do plan on doing is doing an extended rundown of why this matters. In my opinion, because I know that everybody's like, oh, you know, we need to, like, just because he did that, this was his job as a defense attorney. Yeah, but here's the thing. There are fundamental arguments that are made in courtrooms every fucking day, right? And I think it's kind of weird that precedent is set on the shoulders wholly of the Supreme Court, right? Where it's like, nope, this is almost like a statute. Like, this is just how it is because the Supreme Court ruled this, right? But there's more complicated, more situational issues that arise in court cases all the time that directly conflict with other cases going on in the same courtroom. And one argument before one jury might not be a good enough argument before another. It really depends on what a jury of your peers thinks in a jury trial, right? But I do feel that if you are a defense attorney, your job is obviously to protect your client, to give them the best fucking fight you possibly can. And it would be crazy to think that there's not going to be hypocrisy and contradictions all the time. You might have one client that you make an argument for, and it's not going to work for another one. But I think what's interesting about Brennan is he's going from defense attorney to representing the Commonwealth as a prosecutor. And when you become a prosecutor, you're not just prosecuting on behalf of yourself, you're prosecuting on behalf of your state, your government, literally the citizens of it, the people who pay for you to be where you are, who vote you into those places, your constituents, depending on how politically tied in you are to who. And even though it's not supposed to work that way, that is 100% how it works. And you can't really tell me otherwise because we've seen it a million times. So when you see a prosecutor, whether it's fucking Nancy Grace or that Guilfoyle bitch or this guy, it's really interesting to look back on their cases when they were, just simple attorneys, or if they were family court, like whatever they did, look back on that precedent, because while you're a defense attorney and your job is to represent your client, when you're representing the entire state, I think that there is a higher quid pro quo. Well, no, like a higher standard. Let's just say a higher standard for you, because if you've represented the most infamous mobster in history and you've said that it's okay that he killed all these people because it was the federal government's fault, and you're constantly taking cases to prove corruption against your local government, your state government, or the federal government, then it's really weird to pop in as a prosecutor and represent them as being the best. Oh, they did everything they could. There's no conspiracy here. When you've spent your entire life standing up for people claiming it's a conspiracy and it's the government's fault, it's really weird to go, nah, nothing to see here, when it's like the most crazy conspiracy that happens to be true. I find that insane. And again, people can say what they want about it. They can say, like, this, what does this have to do with this case? I think it has everything to do with this case, because this guy has represented not just Whitey, but a lot of other clients where his entire job was to say, hey, the Commonwealth is corrupt. These people are corrupt. Here's all the ways they're corrupt. It is systemic. It has been decades of this type of shit. And it's never going to change if we don't do X, Y, Z. And up until recently, he's saying that. And now he's defending the Commonwealth in the most corrupt case in the last decade. I mean, really, it's really bizarre. It's weird, too, because some of the police that are literally actively working on the force with these very people are the same police who were involved in the Sean Ellis case, the Sandra Birchmore case, and dare I say, Whitey's case. It's very strange to me how tight-knit the corruption is, how there's decades-old officers who have been there since the corruption of the Bulger trial and before, and yet we're supposed to believe that even though he was calling all the way from locals to feds corrupt, that these same people are still working there. And for some reason, we're supposed to turn the other way or not believe there could be any corruption. That's wild. It's insane. And let's be honest, Hank Brennan made some of the best arguments for government corruption in the case of Whitey Bulger. His argument was not that Whitey didn't do it. His argument was, why did the feds let Whitey do it? Why did the feds tell Whitey who to kill? Because that's exactly why Connolly ended up in prison, is because he spilled the names of people who were being extorted by Whitey, who basically he took over this liquor store business. He stole it from a couple. They didn't want to sell. He forced them to by threatening them, threw a bag of money, said, take it or you're all fucking dead. They let the daughter, Whitey sits there and he takes the 2-year-old daughter of this couple the day they buy their store, puts her on his fucking lap, lets her teethe on his gun barrel, and says, too bad you're not going to be there to see her grow up. That's insane. This is the guy that Hank is saying, no, but you guys let him do that. That's how fucked up our government is. He threw his own client under the bus in a sense, which probably he could have used for Whitey's appeal, right? But he was still representing him with JW. So these two guys They're representing this dude who they very well know everything that he's done. These witnesses are talking about it on the stand, and the government allowed it to happen. And when these witnesses, whose family members are victims, see the extent of what the government allowed to happen and what his handler allowed to happen while he was an informant, they realized, holy fuck, if it wasn't for the government, my loved one would still be here. Because guess who fucking snitched? Guess who fucking snitched on fucking Whitey, the guy from the liquor store? He snitched to the feds. In fact, I wouldn't call it snitching. He rightfully, his store was stolen from him. So he goes and he tells the feds. He goes to the FBI for help. And he says, hey, listen, they tried to take my store. They threatened me. My kid chewed on a gun. Like, what the fuck? And the feds go, let me put you in touch with an FBI agent down there who can help you because he just moved back to the area. Guess who that was? John Connolly, the handler of Whitey Bulger. So instead of offering them help, what does John Connolly do? He fucking tells Whitey. When Whitey got caught and goes on trial, one of the witnesses was supposed to be that guy, the owner of the liquor store, whose little daughter did that, chewed on the gun. His wife was there. Guess what happened to him during the trial after Whitey was caught? Guess what happened to him? He ends up dead in the fucking woods. Mid-trial. Now, he was obviously, like, again, they're trying to say, oh, no foul play. Kiss my ass. That was crazy. We all know why that guy was killed. Okay? It's very interesting to me, although he wasn't killed, but it's interesting to me how in this case, Berkowitz died in the middle of it. Also a witness. There's so many parallels here, not just the names between, you know, we've got a Weeks, we've got a Carney, we've got all the different names. We've got like a McDonough, McNulty, we've got everything. You could find it in the lexicon of Karen Reed too, but not only that, but we also have witness dead, mid-trial. Holy shit. I should say in between trials here. Government corruption. We got a Hank Brennan, We've got an Alessi. It's just weird. And again, this is an instance where there's a federal open case. And the difference is when Hank was representing the defense, what did he get to do with Bulger? He got to scream out the FBI is involved. That was the whole case. That was the whole point of his argument. He neglected his own client to focus on how corrupt the FBI was. And he was allowed to talk about it. But in Karen Reed's case, they can't even fucking mention it. It's really, really crazy. So I'm going to play some of this stuff for you. And we might pause it and talk a little bit about it. And then I'm going to get your feedback. We'll see what you guys think. We'll maybe do 1, 2, 3 call-ins. We'll see how many we can get through. All right, here we go.
Few cameos also in the Whitey documentary. Hank Brennan was part of Bulger's defense team. Welcome back to Greater Boston, Hank.
Well, thanks for having me.
So I take it you've seen the film as well?
I have.
And what is your take? Do you think it's a realistic portrayal of the trial, or is it a little thin on detail for your liking?
Well, unfortunately, the camera wasn't allowed in the courtroom,
Yeah.
so it can't capture the
Believe me,
moments,
we're very
the
upset about
emotion.
that.
I think we all are.
Unfortunately, let's start right there. Unfortunately, the camera was not allowed in the courtroom. Same. But if he really wanted to let a camera in the courtroom, I think he could team up with the defense and make that argument in Karen's case, right? Especially if you want transparency, that'd be nice.
And we spoke about that
Yeah.
before, but I think it really was a bold move by Joe Berlinger. And what he did is he had the courage to look at the entire case objectively, to try to unwind some of the myths that have been told over the decades. And I think for that reason, this film's really important. It begins to show.
Great question. Great question. They could have used Lally again. Notice how they're all using Lally's argument still to this day. And I'm not just talking about creators like Yellow Cottage Snail or whatever, all these fuckers. I'm talking about in general. People on the other side believe 100% that Lally did a good job, and that's fucking wild to me because he was basically a dead fish being slapped on a deck, and he spent a lot of time smoking. And I'm not gonna fucking shit on someone for ripping butts in a stressful situation, but homie, please, like you were pitiful. Like that was the worst fucking. So, what could be the one thing that they could do that would make the Commonwealth, because I really do think this was calculated. I couldn't figure out why. I kept thinking this is such a bad idea. And then it clicked while I was watching old Hank footage the other night. What better way to prove that Massachusetts and the Commonwealth are no longer corrupt? We're free of corruption than taking the guy who spent 30 years calling them fucking corrupt, proving they're corrupt, and making a great case for it to have him get their back. It would be like if the O'Keefe family stood behind Karen. Think about it that way. They now have the guy who called out all their bullshit fighting for them. I think any jury that's from Boston is going to recognize, or even from Massachusetts at all, is going to recognize, damn, Hank Brennan's fighting for the Commonwealth? That's wild. There's two ways they can look at it. They could look at it as it's a bad choice, or damn, well, if Brennan says they're good, I believe it because he used to hate them. You feel me?
There's a lot more to the story. This is just scratching the surface. And as we tried to show at trial, the complicity isn't just the Boston FBI. This is systemic. And at some point, there has to be accountability.
See? Systemic accountability. Where was this energy? I'm going to shut up and play them all the way through, and then we'll pick them apart because it's hard for people to concentrate on the context if I'm interrupting. So I'm going to let it play all the way through. Enjoy.
To look at the entire case objectively, to try to unwind some of the myths that have been told over the decades. And I think for that reason, this film's really important. It begins to show there's a lot more to the story. This is just scratching the surface. And as we tried to show at trial, the complicity isn't just the Boston FBI. This is systemic. And at some point, there has to be accountability.
I know you've been asked this before, and I think I even asked you, then why didn't you put him on the stand? Why didn't we hear some of the stuff? He was going to be convicted no matter what on something or other. They were going to bring him down. But let's hear what his defense was.
We were desperate to put him on the stand, and he was willing to take the stand and implicate himself. In fact, Jay Carney and I, in our questioning, implicated him many times through the trial.
Okay, have to pause it because it's pausing itself, and I have to go back when it does that. But also, this is a good point. I can show you footage in a little bit too. The exact same news story that ran recently about how much are we spending on Karen Reed also ran the exact same story during Whitey Bulger, but about, I might have already showed it actually, about the Bulger case in another case. And oh, it's so expensive. Make no mistake, when you see people like, I'm not even going to say names. When you see people being interviewed who are pro-Commonwealth on a news station and you're not seeing the others, that news station has an agenda. And even though they're trying to seem like they don't, they all do. They're paid for, bought, and they're told exactly what stories to air and run. And some are cut. They're caught and killed or just killed right before they go to air. They're carefully curated to reflect a specific agenda. I'm saying that as someone who spent many years as a journalist and tries to focus on trusting the editing process, but that has gone out the window post 9/11. I have seen the decline of it, and people can be bought and paid for it. So when you see these news entities, you can leave that open. Thank you, Paul. When you see these news entities coming out, sharing just one side of the story and hyper focusing on it, it's very interesting to go back and look back in time and see how they repeat the same pattern for every case. And that pattern is this. I'm going to share a little secret with you kids. It's not really a secret. You might have noticed it, but they all do this. You've got, and you also have this thing in radio and TV called traffic, where they basically give you the everyday updates. Reuters, depending on AP Newswire, it's like a newswire. It's like, this is where your shit's coming from. It's siphoned out by a couple of interns usually. A promotions department will take a look at it. They'll go, cool, we can put this sponsor during this. It'll be perfect, right? Then it goes to the front. The program director sees it. He goes, okay, this is a good one. This is a good one. Get rid of this one because this advertiser is going to be pissed. Add this one in because the higher up said to, and make sure you don't use this language. Done. Send it off. Now it's there. It's to the news. They're reading it from a teleprompter. The news people are literally just talking heads. Although the more popular they get, sometimes they're allowed to have an opinion, especially if it makes the higher ups happy. So if the producers are happy, if the production managers are happy, if the program managers are happy, if the promotions managers are happy, and then the network is happy, that person gets a little more free range to talk out their ass, as long as it pushes the agenda that they fucking want. Okay. So when we see shit like this, right? And we go and we look back at every single case from a specific news network, pick anyone, look at the pattern. They're going to show you the case. They're going to show you the outcome. They're going to give you a little snippet of, this is how much people are into this case. This is a percentage of who thinks she's guilty and not guilty. Then they're going to run another one a few days later. We're going to talk to key players in the case, witnesses. Then they have their interview. Let's say they put, I don't know, Paul on or someone like that. They're going to show them. They're going to get their take on it, right? Right after that, usually right before the trial, they're going to run a how much is this costing you campaign. And what is that meant to do? Depending on what angle they take, some could argue it's meant to make people not want the trial at all. But what it really is for is to get you pissed off that you're having to pay for this shit, so that you pay attention. So the next time they run a story about it, you go, ooh, where's my money going? It's now about you, the viewer. It's now your money. And they're telling you that not because they actually care what you think. They're telling you that because they want you to care about the case, so that you keep watching the news and get interested in the content and like it more and share it more. I don't even think they necessarily have an agenda to divide. It's just to get you pissed about something so you pay attention, so the ratings go up. It's that fucking simple. And it is wild to me how before every single trial we have to see, how much is this costing you? Well, goddamn, I don't know. Probably about as much as everything else is costing me. Probably, I didn't even have kids and I got to pay fucking land taxes based on school tax. Jesus Christ. It's all meant to piss you off and think you're losing money. Oh, the government wants to add on a new form of social welfare services to help out single mothers. Well, how much is that going to cost me? It's the same energy. And they love doing it. They fucking love it. Again, it's the grifting cash cow mentality of everyone, including the news. It's like, listen, you need to be pissed because this affects you. Does it? Does it? Now, this can be a good thing. If you're a woman who lives in that town, I would be terrified and paying attention. But if you're like some old white guy who knows Hank and Whitey from back in the day, you're going to have different thoughts, right? So they're not reaching out to those people. They're reaching out to the people who don't have a stake in the game, so that they can get you onto it and they can get you pissed about something. It's wild. It's exactly how it is.
In fact, Jay Carney and I, in our questioning, implicated him many times through the trial. But the important thing is that there had to be equal accountability. We wanted to call representatives, not just from the FBI, the Department of Justice, who allowed this to happen and orchestrated it. We wanted him to be able to talk about his relationships with high-level players in the Department of Justice, and the rulings by the court, after the government tried to prevent that, was he could not call witnesses from the Department of Justice. He could not speak about those relationships. He could not discuss the protection he had. So inevitably, he could take the stand and simply give a confession.
Kristen, are you fucking with me right now? Because digging along the shore is exactly where they buried the bodies of O'Halloran, of Hussey, of, let me pull myself up here, Deborah Davis, O'Halloran, Hussey, everybody they fucking killed, they buried in the same spot. They had a burial ground, Rex Heuermann style. They buried all the bodies the same, green trash bags, popped them in that hole, and they did that from 76 until the late 90s. They were all there. And when the first snitch fell down, that's where they dug them up. That's where they found Flemmy's fucking stepdaughter, who he molested, made her prostitute, basically, fed her drugs, and then let Whitey kill her with his bare hands because the guy was banging his stepdaughter. And here's the thing, he molested her, and then they became boyfriend and girlfriend when she got older. And that was a different Deborah. He killed 2. The first one, he yelled at her once because he had to go meet up with the FBI. And by the way, he was compromised way before Whitey. And he got off. Like, these dudes, like Weeks, that guy. And I know people are saying no relation to, but look again. There's relation. There's definitely a relation. I don't think that says anything about old Jen, but there's relation. That family tree is not that thick. But it's wild to me. That guy got off by being a snitch. He did just as bad, if not worse. The government gave immunity to people who killed a lot of people, and they put away an FBI guy who was like their top guy, Connolly, because he fed Whitey information that got more people killed. And I'm not just talking about Coconut Grove, Highlight shit. I'm talking about like local Boston centric. If we want to go outside to Tulsa and Florida and all these places, we can. But we're not going to do that tonight. But it is wild. It's wild to think about. And you saw him digging by the shore? That's like, isn't that exactly where the body... How old? Just give me a year range. Was that 70s, 80s? Probably late 80s, right? Yikes, you might have seen a crime scene happening. Goddamn.
Fashion, which he was...
That was the only reason they dug, by the way. And that little garage on that little street down there is a creepy little one-car garage. And that's exactly where they ran all the FBI surveillance. And up until he was caught, there were concrete vans parked outside. You can go see them on Google fucking Maps in 2007. It's wild.
Willing to do, but it had no accountability for the Department of Justice. We wanted a fair trial where everybody could be held accountable.
Yeah, but I mean, right in the beginning of the trial, a judge ruled that there was no merit to that defense. So, I mean, once that ruling had been made, you still had the opportunity.
Well, we actually didn't. The judge didn't decide the facts and say there was no merit. What the court said is you can't present it at trial. If you want a pretrial hearing, you can have the issue aired before me.
Pausing it again. You want to know what the connection is? Because everybody's like, what's the connection? How is this related to Whitey? Like, I'm not saying that it is directly related, but if you do want a direct connection, there are plenty. Aside from the last names, first of all, I don't think the Carney guy is at all related to... That's different. I'm talking about direct relation, like political ties, like reasons for things to be different. Michael Morrissey served on the Senate with Whitey Bulger's brother, and they were besties. And his brother helped cover up all his shit. Allegedly for entertainment purposes only. Yikes. Think about that. Think about how close senators are and how close, Congress is, how close these politicians are. When you go to talk to a lobbyist, I have a friend who used to work in politics and she was a lobbyist, and she told me straight up, like, they will kiss each other. She went to lunch with Ted Cruz and did a fucking meet and greet with Ocasio-Cortez's people with him because they both agreed on the same thing, which was basically not allowing people to become correspondents when they leave politics, like putting a limit or a cap on that. Oddly, both sides believe the same thing, and it was in the heat of some serious shit. They act like they're buddy-buddy. You might see them fight up there, but when they're done, it's just like, hey, what are you doing, Joe? They still go to each other's barbecues, Democrat, Republican, otherwise. Like, and you guys know I'm super liberal and fucking the furthest thing I would think from a far-right Republican ever, but I'd be bullshitting you if I didn't say I was pretty disgusted by the amount of them who will yell at each other, and then you see, like, oh, they're hanging out. They go to hot tubs. They go to beaches together. They go have dinner together. Like, this person who is doing something fundamentally against everything they believe, and it's not like a reaching across the aisle, we're going to talk about reform thing. It's literally like, are you hungry? Let's go to, and then they just hang out. Like, it's fucking wild. And then sometimes they do talk about reform, but why does it have to be privately? Why can't you do that publicly, like when we want you to? Makes no fucking sense. It makes no fucking sense. But yeah, Morrissey is butt buddies with fucking Whitey's brother. It was for many years. Like, they served together and they would all go to dinners and shit, like a whole big group of them. I mean, again, like, the shit runs deep. So many people who were affected by Whitey Bulger are in Norfolk, in Canton, in Staunton. Fucking Whitey fucking lived in like 3 different places that are like pretty well known and mentioned frequently by everybody online who follows Karen Reed. People who live there, like, what was it, Dorchester, Linwood, some other place start with an M. Can't remember the name right now. It's weird, but yeah, they're all like, Morrissey's office is connected to so many fucking weirdos. It trips me out. And I'm pretty sure I could say that because I'm from Texas. You guys get fucked if you want to come at me. I can say whatever shit I want. Massachusetts, eat it. Eat a dick. Fuck.
And Mr. Bulger, under the circumstances, did not trust a court to make judgments on his defense. He wanted a jury of his peers. So he wasn't allowed to talk about any of those issues. He wasn't allowed to call the witnesses. So that defense was taken from us. And that's why he didn't testify. We were hopeful that they would have the trial in Oklahoma or Florida, where it is televised. He'd be allowed to testify, and then the community and the public could judge his credibility.
I'm surprised he was allowed to participate even by phone in this documentary, because, as you know, 60 Minutes and a number of other news organizations wanted to get an interview with Bulger in prison. Why does this, I mean, this is still being filmed and his voice is there. Why was that allowed?
This was a post-trial conversation that Attorney Carney had with Jim Bulger. There was a ruling before trial that the government felt any conversation by him with the media would prejudice the case, ignoring the fact that every one of their witnesses had had their opportunity on national syndicate.
Yes, but call it Winter Hill Gang.
Shows. So in this period before he was sentenced, but after the trial, there wasn't that inherent prejudice, and this phone call happened at some point.
So it was just one phone call?
As far as I know, it was one phone call, yes.
So you are right now in the middle, thick of the appeal on Whitey Bulger. You told me it's due August 4th. You're going out there to meet with Whitey. What will you be talking about? What will the essence of that be?
Well, when I see him, we'll talk about a little bit of the trial. We'll catch up. But we'll also, most importantly, talk about the issues that we're going to present to the appeals court. I think that the brief is strong. The issues I feel passionately about, it really is about the Department of Justice being equally accountable for their conduct. There's 2 wonderful lawyers. Danya Fulton, who worked on the trial team, is working with me, and a gifted lawyer, Jim Boudreau, has been helping with the appeal, and he's been instrumental. So I want to go discuss the appeal with him, let him know we're proceeding, and talk about the issues.
He was in solitary confinement while he was at Plymouth. Is he in the general population in Arizona?
He is in Arizona as a convicted prisoner. He's in a regular population unit with the other prisoners. The conditions in Plymouth were unique, to say the least. Solitary confinement for 2.5 years was an extraordinary situation.
You know, just briefly, this is a documentary, but we mentioned that Johnny Depp film.
Holy shit. Are you talking about one of the Debras? Or one of Week's other victims? Because that's another thing. This guy fucking killed so many people and he got off. If it was with a closet, it might have been one of the women, right? Dude, Kristen, you might need to come on and talk to us about this. This is nuts. Also, damn, you know, listen, I don't watch Tom CPU. I don't know. Like, it's nothing against it. I just don't. Yeah, I don't watch him. And I also don't think I've ever seen more than 5 minutes of Plevin. That guy just annoyed me. So I just turned it off. Here's one thing I'll say. I don't know anything about this situation, but here's what I know. I know don't go to people's houses. I don't care who the fuck you are. I don't care why the fuck you're doing it. Don't go to someone's house. Let them, if they're talking shit, they're just talking. They're not at your house. Don't go to their house. You know, nothing good can come of that. Nothing. I mean, I'd be pretty pissed too, but don't go to people's houses. If I can make one rule on the channel, it's never go to someone's house, please, unless they invite you. Don't do that. Don't do that.
How do you feel about that? It's a Hollywood production.
You know, I take great offense. It pains me when I see articles in the newspaper glorifying what happened in the 70s and 80s. It's based on a story that is really fiction, a story that predated all the civil trials, the Conley trials, this trial. So it just exasperates the fraud that has been imparted.
Yeah, isn't he getting like 200 and something an hour? I don't remember. I need to look it up. It basically averages out to 200 and something an hour. And then the more motions and more trial shit that they have to keep coming back for, that's the more money he's ranking in. It's insane.
By the Department of Justice. This book was a mouthpiece for the FBI and DOJ. And now we have Hollywood.
Black mass, you're talking about.
Black mass. They're glorifying and pillaging off the suffering. We still have victims and families.
Are they going to get it? And we brought that up. Are they going to divide any of the spoils with the victims, or is it strictly a Hollywood?
I think you'd have to ask them, but I would anticipate they wouldn't give a dime. And what they're
Interesting you say that while he says wouldn't give a dime, because yeah, he's dropping a dime. He's flipping. Whoops.
Johnny Depp film. How do you feel about that? It's a Hollywood production.
You know, I take great offense. It pains me when I see articles in the newspaper glorifying what happened in the 70s and 80s. It's based on a story that is really fiction, a story that predated all the...
No, it's not. It's not fiction. It's not fiction because there's evidence, sir. See, the thing is, he focused so hard on putting the blame on the government when they were absolutely corrupt that he forgot that his guy was responsible for a fuckload of murders, which is wild to me. Like, they're serial killers. That's what they are. They are gang serial killers, and it's nuts. It's really nuts. All right, well, what the fuck? Why is it doing this? All right, whatever, fuck it. The point is, basically, Brennan is giving you a lot of excuses as to why the government's corrupt and why he needs to protect his client and how Flemmy. That was Flemmy. He's a piece of shit. He's the one who fucked his own stepdaughter. He's a disgusting piece of shit. And then they had an outburst in court. Ooh, we could watch that. That is insane. And it's really nuts. Hold on. Let me pull this up. I have a video. It's not a video of the outburst, but they're talking about it. And they literally, he's like, you want to see the pedophile? He's right over there. And they're just, him and Bulger were just screaming at each other. It was nuts. And then somebody else gave an account of it. And it was like, oh, they weren't screaming. One person said this under their breath. But then, I don't know. That's the problem with not having cameras in the courtroom, right? Something similar happened in the Veronica Gillian case. And if Rockshock didn't tell us about it, I don't think we would have known. But yeah, there was something very similar there. Here, let me pull this up for you guys. This is hold on, here we go. This is let me pull this up right here. Flemmy back on the stand. And also Flemmy is such an old, disgusting pervert. He is such an old, disgusting piece of shit. Here we go. This is Whitey and Kevin in court cursing each other out. And then him and Flemmy also had a moment. Here, let's pop this up for you. This is one of them. So many courtroom outbursts lately. No decorum anymore. Oh, shit. Oh, the crime.
You won against the system.
What did I win? What did I win?
You won 5 years.
5 people are dead. 5 people are dead.
Does that bother you at all?
Yeah, it bothers me.
How does it bother you?
Because we killed people that were rats. And I had the 2 biggest rats right next to me. Fuck you, okay?
Fuck you, too.
What do you want to do?
Hey, Mr. Bulger. Mr. Bulger, let your attorney speak for you.
I'll go back. This is a great point. Yes, Billy Bulger was also the president of UMass. And he had water right along the burial site. And he used to give the parades. He used to give the speeches at the parades. And he's also like one of the best politicians ever, supposedly. Like, apparently people love him. He's got a flawless career. It's impeccable. He knew where Whitey was the whole time he was on the run, and FBI's #1 most wanted. But he did such a good job. Ugh.
Mr. Weeks, here's how this works.
Going back because this judge looks like Janine Garofalo, and I love that for her. And also, why does it always do this? Here we go.
You won against the system.
What did I win? What did I win?
You won 5 years.
5 people are dead. 5 people are dead.
Does that bother you at all?
Yeah.
Yep.
It bothers me.
Agreed.
How does it bother you?
Because we killed people that were rats. And I had the 2 biggest rats right next to me.
sack.
Fuck you, okay?
Fuck you too.
What do you want to do?
Hey, Mr. Bulger. Mr. Bulger, let your attorney speak for you. Mr. Weeks, here's how this works. You answer the questions, okay? Mr. Carney, you can finish your questioning.
Boom. That was just one of the outbursts. Yeah, dude. She hung out with him to work on and honestly, it's a great point. It's like, don't let people go take massive paychecks to go on Fox News and spill all the beans. Or MSN. Like, they both agreed that's fucked up. But it's like, can't you guys get rid of lobbyists? That's like a way bigger problem. They stuck her when she wasn't organic to the crime. Exactly. Yeah, she had nothing to do with it. They pulled her in. It's really crazy. And they tried to frame Lucky. You can't tell me that they weren't trying to frame him. And also, don't pick a guy named Lucky. Just a fucking bad idea. No, I think Maura Healey's just a dipshit. I think she's kind of innocent and kind of dumb, which is worse because it's like, bitch, get to know your shit. Like, have some fucking awareness of your surroundings. I think she's just a dipshit. It's just my opinion, though. I could be wrong. I don't live there, so there's probably a lot of shit going on that I don't know. Yeah, it's always been annoying. He's got that messy kind of fucking look and face, and it is fucking weird. They didn't find the body for many more years. Yeah, I saw what you were saying. So the FBI was digging, and also, like, is it Neponset? How do you say that? Neponset? Yeah. Yep. Andy Rooney's daughter. Also, I don't know a lot about Andy Rooney, but I see people bring that up all the time. And Mickey Rooney, I see his name a lot. Uh-oh, karate. Karate's being done behind me. Look out. Hank sucks, dude. Oh, karate. What do you guys think of his sick moves? I know. That was good, right? Oh, he bowed. He said thank you. Thank you, Paul. He's the guy who trains Paul. You guys don't know that, but he's the guy who trains Paul. I mean, that's a good question. I figured it was a Slip and Jimmy thing because if you look at some of the people who represented before, but also some people say that they had ties through someone that they grew up together with, or one of them grew up there. I don't know. Honestly, I think most of these people, they focus a lot on loyalty and who did I know when I was 5. And that's a fucking weird thing to me. I don't get that. I don't understand why people do that. Like, just because I shared a juice box with you and we played some fucking Oregon Trail doesn't mean I'm going to help you get away with murder. But I did notice that a lot of, be it depositions, witness testimony, anything you can find in FOIA, there is a common word that gets repeated constantly, and it's loyalty and Southie. Okay, so logically, let's think about this. You grow up with a kid. He's the kid on the bus who picks his nose and eats his boogers, and he calls you a twat every day. When you get older, he calls you fat. Then you get a little older, you guys are in high school, now he's trying to finger you. Now you're like, get the fuck away from me, weirdo. You were the weirdo at the bus stop. He used to call me fat. 10 years later, you see each other at a fucking high school reunion. Hi, how are you doing? Good. Remember when I used to be to you? Yeah, well, I lost my wife and kids. I'm feeling extra emotional. I'm going through a divorce, and let's be friends. Okay, fine. And then you just never talk to them again. And then all of a sudden, they've killed someone, and they've approached you, and they're like, remember when we used to be on the bus together? Hook a bitch up with an alibi. I killed someone. In my world, that just doesn't. I'd be like, fuck off again? I don't know. I'm probably going to tell on you now. Like, I don't like, what? In this case, the story is, I mean, not with Hank, but with, Connolly, which is worse, the FBI agent who fucking handled him and flipped, or at least helped get people murdered by snitching. I believe he got the shit kicked out of him as a kid, or like him or one of his siblings was getting robbed. And then Whitey stepped in, and him and his buddies were like, hey, leave that kid alone. And now 2 decades, 3 decades, 4 decades down the road, naturally, you're going to let him kill half of the town and protect him because that one time you got your ass kicked when you were little. Yeah, that makes sense. It's so stupid. Listen to me. If there's anyone out there watching this and we grew up together and you fucking kill people and you think I'm going to fucking protect you because we shared a juice box, no. Don't tell me your shit. I don't want to know. I will absolutely snitch on you, you fucking weirdos. What the hell? I don't get this. I don't get this. No, I knew him when he was a kid and he was a good guy. Well, people grow up and they become pricks. Like, loyalty is kind of stupid. It's just blindly following people without regard for the situation or facts or reality. I think that I don't know. I love Aunt Deb and Uncle Frank to death, but if they go kill someone, it's like, hey guys, don't do that. Am I gonna go to prison for them? I don't know. I don't think so. Louisiana girl, I would love to, but I don't have that. I would tell, you need to just call the FBI locally. I can't help you. Also, that would be super unethical if I did. Like if I'm just like, guess what? Here's some inside info on a YouTube channel. I'm sure I'd get a lot of clicks and views, but I don't think it would help the victims. You know what I mean? Like that, then it might not be able to be used in court. How about this? What if I send you your local FBI contact, and then I'll put you in touch with somebody who has even better, like, national federal contacts, and they can put you in touch with police or with somebody who will take you to the right place. You know what I mean? Because blasting it on YouTube, ew, I don't think it's a good idea. Again, sure, it'll get a lot of clicks and views, but this isn't something that needs attention so much as it needs the tips, right? Like what you have. So I would definitely contact a field office, and if you need help, I can send you that. But yeah, I can help you by giving you the information on who to tell, but you also shouldn't tell me. So please don't tell me. Don't tell anybody, whatever it is that you have on that. Only tell like the FBI. You know what I mean? Oh, okay. You just wanted more info? Okay. Well, if you need some more info on like where to go or how to get it in, send me an email and I'll help walk you through it, or I'll send you something so that you can. But yeah, if there's anything that you know or that you want to get across to somebody who is in a position of power, I could just look some stuff up, or I can contact maybe Ed or Ron and see if they can get you that. But just as long as, please don't tell me, please. And like, keep it to yourself for sure until you talk to one of them, because you don't want to fuck that shit up if it is helpful or useful to them for court. But yeah, just send me an email. Also, you're on fire. You should get in a pool. Get that fire off you. All right. I'm late, but I chose McNanners for my McC name. Oh, good. McNanners. I like that. McFuzzy. McTommy. How are you doing, Tommy? You have a tip. He dead. Next. McBernard. Nice to see you again, Tommy. I hope you're doing well. I'm glad you're back. I don't know how Brits can keep up with OB hours. Oh, yeah. You're in Great Britain. Well, isn't it morning for you? What time is it there? What time is it where you are? I don't know time zones very good. I'm sorry, guys. It's 1:23 in the morning here. Yeah, I'm trying to be super ethical. Thing is, some people, they make it really hard to put in tips. So I get that. And some people have a hard time getting them in or knowing who to talk to or where to go because it is so difficult. I've tried to call in tips to people that I know are 100% good, and they are like literally like, this can solve a case, and they're like, man, what do you want me to do about this? And it's like, bitch, put me in touch with someone who can help because you are not fucking here for me right now. So yeah, that's pretty much how it is. And also, my hours are fucked up because I got to work around this stuff. So anytime that, I can, that's when I squeeze it in. No, I'm not calling you unethical and I'm not calling you an idiot. And I'm glad you like being on fire. But also you have what do you want me to do then? I guess just email me and tell me because I don't really understand the question, I guess. You said you have insider sources on the terror attack. Would you be willing to help me with some reach? I don't know what that means. I mean, you can understand how I would be a little like, well, fucking no, I can't because I don't work in counterterrorism. But again, that's as far as I could do it for you. I don't know. I don't know what you want. Just email me it then. Goddamn, sorry, bitch. My old dog wakes me for a wee, and then I'm awake. Just about. Hell yeah. Yeah, I got Ninja Hitman coming for me. I don't need that shit too. Jesus Christ. Yeah, we all have insane hours. It's 10:30 in Alaska. Is it at that point where it's always dark there? Eesh. That is hard. I'm late, but my theory on Brennan is one, he is broke as fuck, working for half the pay, and he has a very small penis that matches his voice and needs attention. Starring that is going on a shirt. Thank you, Tommy, for the merch. You're incredible. I agree. My dog seems to be connected to the hook and he keeps waking me up when you're live. He is definitely in psychic connection with the Hugin. Hello, Joe. Reach around always. Only fan. Hello. Sarah D, I can't even understand time zones. It's 7:30 in the. Yeah, it is the future. And again, if you missed Aunt Deb's incredible joke last week, she said that Australia is going to find out the Karen Reid verdict before we do, and that is very funny. Just add 6 or 7 hours. So you're in Belgium? Oh shit, Pimpernella. What's Belgium like? I'm not going to say anything about waffles. Oh, fuck. The dog. You want to talk to victims, fams, or some? Not a good idea. Yeah, I don't know. I just think when it comes to things this fast, it's like, ooh. No house, just stocks. Got it. God damn it, Michael. Everyone, Michael Priest is here. Don't go to someone's house. Son of a bitch. Are you going to... Michael, you can come over now. You could come over. God damn it. He's been wanting to come by, and I'm like, dude, just whenever the stream is done, it's never going to end. God damn it. Someone came to my show the other night saying, a guy in Georgia just told me he killed 5 women, and can anyone help me? Feels familiar. Yeah, I mean, if that happened, I would say, hey, go to the police. They can help you with that. Because now I don't want to know who killed 5 women. And also, you've just ruined evidence for court. I didn't call her unethical. I'm saying that would be unethical for me to take information on something that is currently under active investigation and to discuss it on a live on YouTube. And I think almost everyone would agree with me on that. Not where I am, but it's limited daylight here. Oh, shit. Fair. I'm sorry. Long nails make me type badly. I meant research. Okay. That makes sense now. Absolutely. I can help you research. Yeah, son. Absolutely. Also, how do you type with nails? Do you do it on the tip? Because I've seen people who do it where they do this bit and they still manage to, and the nail doesn't touch the top. Has anyone invented a keyboard for women with long nails? Because that would be genius, where it's all spaced far apart. Yes, email me, totally. 7:30. Evil Morrissey's next act of corruption. He'll find people who voted and support him, corrupt them, subpoena and given jury notices to appear and be picked in Karen's second trial. Ooh. Some deep state shit. Okay. Hi, Michael, says Bjorn Vandersloot. Your name is hilarious. What the fuck? Everyone say hi, Michael. European contingent is strong in the chat. Let's have a coup. We're hours ahead. I know you guys could throw a coup and we wouldn't even know. I was awake 4 a.m. for Auntie Deb. Yeah, and Auntie Deb is killing it with that fucking fundraiser. Whew. Yeah, that's the thing. All politicians are same bitch, different face. I'm backtracking? Well, I mean, me and her are fine. So it sounds like you're trying to start some shit, my friend. I now sleep like a third shifter so I can watch these streams. Uh-oh. Fuck. I'm gonna have to change everything so you guys can get healthy. Cybertrucks don't make very big booms. Plan D. God damn. Yeah, and there was one broke down once and they had to get towed by an old truck. And that is a funny picture you can find online. I don't want to know anybody's federal crime secrets. Not now, not ever. Same. Yeah, calm down, Vandersloot. Just the tip. Much respect to the dedication tombstones. No coup without coffee. Gotta get, yeah, instead of calm down, calm up. See, I like you. You're very witty. You don't have to fight me. You're my fearless child, but I think that you're just tired. Is it your bedtime? You need to calm up. That's why the Discord is so awesome. Then there's when there's not an OB stream on. I'm the weirdo that will reply from Arizona. I'm so much earlier than so many people. Shit, is it cold everywhere? Is it cold in Arizona and New Mexico? The scene told me you were here tonight. Oh, shit. Bowl Cup lineup. You guys have good names. It is insomnia. It's a problem. Keyboard for long nails, right? Like, and then your nails aren't tapping shit. Also, I always, when I see really long nails, I'm like, how do you wipe? And my friend, she just like snaps hers off and then she just puts them back on. It's really wild. These nails will be the death of me. My daughter better freaking love me. Oh, shit. How long are they? It's worth it, though. They look cute, right? People compliment them. I'm supposed to be doing stuff. You could still do it. I like getting fingered by a car, not towed by a truck. God damn it. Is that you? Are you not Bjorn Vandersloot in chat? Not today? You promise? This person sounds just like you. Look at this shit they're saying. They're hilarious. First of all, they talk shit to me. They talk shit to me, which I appreciate. This person has balls. I like them. Also, look at that. Got fingered by a car, not towed by a truck. That's fucking hilarious.
Bjorn Vandersloot.
That's very funny. And it's wordplay on that guy who murdered Natalie Holloway, which is tacky, but also the Bjorn makes it funny. God, you are an enigma, and I don't know if I respect you or not. What do you mean? Whoa, okay. He's being an Aunt Deb right now. That is such a good, by the way, I don't know who the fuck you are, but that is a really good joke. That is very clever wordplay. Is that a wrestler? Is that Mae fucking Young getting crotched on? Who are you? Are you you're someone I know. How are you saying these things and doing that? Ooh, you bitch. Which one of my friends are you? You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. I'm going to play Vince McMahon. In a minute. I've been attacked. This is a baby Bjorn. I'm being attacked. James Vandersloot instead of Vanderbeek. James Vandersluth. Shit. That's good too. Yeah, I do love the passion. Fucking Louisiana girl loves this. How did we get here? This person's really funny. I know some of y'all might think this person's a troll, but listen to me. No. Keep them. Mods, leave this one alone. It's a psyop, but I love it. They're very funny. Give me more. Who are you? You've got to be someone I know because only my friends would make jokes like that. The fuck? Oh my fucking goodness. I'm nothing. Damn it. You guys are clever. I'm a Salt. You're a Peppa. You're all a Peppa. Clam, I literally needed PowerPoint for what shit went down in December. Ooh, put that in Discord so I can catch up. Because apparently I've done a lot of sneaking and conniving I wasn't even aware of. So I need to catch up. I need to find out how I play into all of this. And that's Assault. Is Bjorn your Nick Rocco, aka Nikki Haircuts? No, Nikki Haircuts would never do that. But I'm dying. I only block people if they're bored. Yeah, Melissa knows what's up. Melissa knows we love the trolls because they're funny. And I don't even think this is a fucking troll. I think it's just someone fucking brilliant coming in here to make me giggle. And I really like it. I'm not doing anything. You're welcome. Thank you, Ernie Birdie. All my mods know just have a good time and don't do shit. Let dad get hosed. They would totally let me get hosed and they'd love every moment of it. And I love that for them. Here's the next thing we're going to do. We're going to, let me pull it up. Here it is. This is, here it is. This is the tax. I don't remember if I, I don't remember if I showed this to you the other day, but this is what I was talking about with the news stories that are about how much is this going to cost us? This is from back in the Whitey days. Have a good time and don't do shit. Got it. Douche it instead of do shit. This is definitely, is this Michael? God damn it. I think it's Michael Priest. It has to be. Yeah, best mods. Hey, we have the best mods ever because they're asleep and they're high. That's how you know they're good. They have no idea what's going on. They just tweeted each other, thank you, Paul. And they get stoned and they fall asleep outside. They're fucking great. Okay? And I like them. And we're keeping them. I adore you, even though you're on fire. Why do you want to be on fire? Are you Darlene? Darlene? Did you change your handle? I'm so sorry. I'm so fucking sorry. I'm going to go to hell. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm going to share this screen with you guys. Fucking Bjorn Vandersloot is crazy. That's so funny. Fucking piece of shit. I love you. All right, here we go. Oh my God, Melissa, you're getting fingered by a car right now. Bitch.
Whitey Bulger and a man accused of lying for the Boston Marathon bombing suspect. Both are getting lawyers on your dime. News Center 5's Kelly Tuthill is live in Boston right now. Kel?
Well, Ed, Robel Philippos' attorney is promising a strong and vigorous defense when all three of Tsarnaev's friends go on trial June 23rd. Robel Philippos said nothing as he arrived at federal court to tell the judge he can no longer afford his attorney and wants taxpayers to pick up the tab instead. The Cambridge man is accused of lying to authorities investigating his friend, Boston Marathon bombing suspect Johar Tsarnaev. Does that hurt your ability to prepare for your defense? Magistrate Marianne Bowler agreed to appoint Derej Demissi, but declined to appoint a second lawyer, Susan Church, because she does not think the case warrants two taxpayer-funded attorneys.
I do see where the defense is coming from. There's no such thing as a simple federal case involving a suspect who has alleged connections to the Boston Marathon bombing. The judge rejected it today. That doesn't mean the defense can't go in 2 months from now or on the eve of trial and ask again.
Meantime, a judge did agree to allow convicted mobster James Whitey Bulger a second attorney for his appeal. Attorney James Boudreau will assist Hank Brennan due to the apparent difficulty of the appeal, according to the ruling.
When you look at the Whitey Bulger case and you consider the magnitude of the appellate issues that have to be argued, it's not surprising to see that the First Circuit looked at it and concluded that two lawyers were necessary.
And David Frank tells us we shouldn't expect to see a Bulger appeal anytime soon. His lawyers still have a lot of preparation ahead. Live in Boston, I'm Kelly Tuthill, WCVB News Center 5.
And when we continue, former mobster.
Ooh, and we are going to play through this because this is Kevin Weeks talking about his new book. I mean, Jennifer Weeks McCabe, Kevin Weeks. Anyway, no big deal. Talking about his book. Because, of course, you can profit off your crimes in Massachusetts, even though it's not allowed anywhere else. That's cool. I think this is really interesting. Yeah, Bulger's dead. But, yeah, Brennan was amazing. He was so good at proving that the Commonwealth is corrupt that I'm having a hard time believing him when he says it's not now. Also, thank you, Glitter, for being a member for 4 months. We appreciate you and we adore you. You silly little goof. All right, let's keep going.
Kevin Weeks with his new book. Kevin Weeks was Whitey Bulger's right-hand man for most of the 25 years.
Mary Malarkey, I've never grounded you because I don't think I legally can, but You know what? I'm not going to do it. I have the same question. Yes, to those who have long fingernails, how do you wipe yourselves or finger others? Mary Malarkey would like to know.
That Whitey Bulger ruled South Boston's underground. He spent about 5 years in prison on racketeering and money laundering charges, and as part of a plea deal, helped the feds with the prosecution of former FBI agent John Connolly. Now, Kevin Weeks has a new book, Brutal: The Untold Story of My Life Inside Whitey Bulger's Irish Mob. And Kevin Weeks is here. Welcome.
Thank you.
You've been making the...
Hey, here's your shout out now. Thank you for still being a member. Welcome to the Tombstones. We desperately need you in this group. In all seriousness, you have single-handedly found a lot of dads or cousins, all of it. We appreciate you. And also, what gives people the membership shout out? How does that happen? Does it just happen monthly? Someone explain YouTube to Dad. I think it's been longer than that. It was when you did your first live on Duty Round. Oh, that was the Savannah Soto case, right? Or was it Jen Soto? It was both Sotos. I know that. I don't know which one was first. Oh, it was Savannah Soto was first. Good night, y'all. I'm delving deep into possibly tomorrow. Excellent. Excellent. Ask any lesbian, they'll tell you. Oh, well, I don't know any with long nails. Otherwise, I'd ask. Yeah, they keep 2 fingernails. Oh, my God. You guys. God damn it, Mary. You trim select nails down, apparently? Well, then you just look like you do a lot of coke. Whenever I hear of anyone writing books nowadays, I just think ChatGPT writes them. I never even thought about that. That's pretty smart. Always clip your nails before a date. Everyone knows the rules. Of course, Stevie. Because Stevie's got those long clip-ons. God damn it, Stevie. Seller Unicorn says knuckle sandwich. Jesus Christ. Everything I do and say is your influence, said Bob, but you live what you live. Oh, fuck. It's my fault? Of course it is. You get 1 member shout out a month. Oh, cool. Well, I shout you all out today. You're all shouted out. You have a free one per month. It's by the super chats at the very bottom. Oh, neat. Click on the sign. It should be there. Oh, look, you're a member for 5 months. I don't know either. Where do I look? She says that. Click on the sign. It should be right there. Walk up on the 6 months. There you are. We're figuring it out. Well, fake nails aren't sharp. My aunt keeps her fake nails because she scratches herself in her sleep at night. The fake nails, it doesn't break her skin. Oh, that's smart. It just breaks the nail, right? Was never allowed to leave me. I'm sewing us together. Okay, Tombstones and AJ, you are together forever. You are a turd in our knee. Different coast. I don't know where you guys live. Don't tell me. Yay, Stones. Member for 2 months. Midi. In the best Rust Cole picture ever. Appreciate ya. You just wrap a bit of extra TP on the appropriate finger. Zambi ma'am. Oh, wow. Really? Huh. Man, you guys have thought of all the finger and loopholes. I like this. How was your mom's birthday? Oh, she had the best birthday. Thank you for asking. She did go shopping with my grandmothers, and she got lost in a Walmart for like 3 hours. So that I think she had fun. And then my dad bought her flowers, and now she's very happy, and she went to bed a little while ago. And we're gonna hang out. I bought her a bunch of K-pop stuff, and I bought her an old Bay City Rollers magazine that she had when she was a kid, and it either got destroyed in a fire or a flood. I don't remember which. But she hadn't seen one in years, and I was able to get her an exact one that was in perfect condition. And she cried when she saw SATURDAY. When she saw those boys on the cover, she was like, I haven't had this. I almost cried. It was insane. I was like, oh, mommy. So she was very excited, and she loved it. And thank you for asking. I love my mommy to death. I will do anything. I will break the neck of everyone for any slight against my mother. She is my darling. She is my everything. I will protect her with my all. I will buy a sword, and I will protect her honor. Thank you for being a member. Nitakyut. Love that. I wish YouTube would play well and trim nails with Apple and let us join. Dude, what is up with that? There's no button for Apple users. And people brought it up on Twitter. And I'm like, I don't know what to tell you because I don't use Apple products, so I don't know. I mean, I could tell you how to extract shit from one, but I don't know how to find the join button. That's a problem. I think if you just type in my channel and then you hit /memberships at the end, or membership, it should pop you on there so that you can get one. I get irate over long nails. My hemorrhoid hates them. What have you named him? What did you name your hemorrhoid? Is it Hemi? Finger condoms for long nails. They do. We use them in the restaurant industry, and I still use them to this day. Like if you get a cut on your finger, they're very great. Love a good finger condom. Oh, they make those little finger condoms. Yeah, I guess you would just use that, huh? My account refuses to accept gifted subs, and I'm poor, so I'm a member in spirit only. Reggie Ray, do you know how to accept the membership gift thing? Because you have to go to your settings and put it to allow memberships or allow gifted memberships. If you do that, then I'm pretty sure you can get one gifted to you. Here we go. Let me see. This is 2 months. This is my only membership. Usually I just lurk. Always feel free to lurk. Look at your sweet little Hugin. That is so cute. Look at those ears. What a good little puppy. My camp counselor didn't have arms, but she had hands to wipe her ass. I think she had a scratching post backed up to it, Jungle Book style. That is the best part in Jungle Book. It's so satisfying when he's singing that song. What was it? He's like, I'm a king of the swing of the jungle VIP. I desire man's red fire. That's what's bothering me. Oh, when Baloo is scratching himself. Oh, he looks so happy. I won the 7th grade finger banging championship 3 years in a row. If you did it as an adult, I'm reporting you, Tommy. Zambi Mom says, same. Turd, you're my Mave. I take back telling you to calm down, calm up, you fucking rule. Mitty loves you. She loves you. There was a misunderstanding. This person is just brilliant. It's 8:40 in New Zealand. 8:45. So, you guys aren't that far around the clock as I thought. Oh, you're just back in time a little bit. That's fun. Oh my God. I got so far behind you guys. Look, here's the membership link. This is how you do it. I'm going to play this so that you can hear about this motherfucker. Here we go.
Media rounds the last couple of weeks, starting with 60 Minutes, was not a bad start. Dennis and Callahan this morning here. You've been around a lot of local and regional media. People are being critical at this point. They're saying, I know Dennis and Callahan got a lot of criticism this morning. I'll probably get some for interviewing you here today. How do you respond to that when people say, why are you giving a mobster, a confessed mobster, this kind of publicity? What would you say if you were me?
Well, I wouldn't blame you. I mean, it's not something that I wanted to do, look forward to doing. I'll be glad when it's over. But,
meaning the interview?
This whole book tour.
And I think you're thinking of Liberia.
Type thing. This was all done
It was named after President John Monrovia, the capital. Interesting. And they eat people.
For the victims' families to receive money from the proceeds of the book.
And how much are they getting out of the proceeds?
They get 50% of my end, what I have received.
And you only get like 15% or something?
No, I think it's a little over 42%. And they get 50% of that.
And is the book doing well so far?
From what I understand, it is.
Mm-hmm. And one of the things that you refer to in the book over and over again,
50% my dick,
is the media. You say the media, the old cliche, never look at the facts, get in the way of a good story. But I read this book and I've heard the other sides. Why should we, the media, or anybody out there, believe your version over the one that has been told in various media outlets?
Because I was played by Jesse Plemons in the movie and everyone likes him in Breaking Bad. Nobody liked him in Breaking Bad, sir.
Well, first of all, firsthand, I was there. Media take.
You were also profiting off of it, doing it and hanging out with a guy who murdered a lot of people, but it's whatever, dude. And you also have that week's blood. No offense.
This book, and I've heard the other sides. Why should we, the media, or anybody out there, believe your version over the one that has been told in various media outlets?
Well, first of all, firsthand, I was there. Media takes it from various sources. There's a lot of allegations and stuff, but I was there. I lived it. And my story has been corroborated by the DEA and the state police and the Justice Department, who was investigated. And
the Justice Department. No, he played what's his name? Jesse Plemons. he played the blonde kid, Todd. He was Todd, the kid who killed the kid with acid in the bike. Little freak job Todd. He ended up being a serial killer at the end, killed the maid and all that. Yeah. Jesse Plemons plays this dude in the movie. He's fucking gross and scary as shit looking too. It is, oh my God. And that's in Black Mass. There's a bunch of them though. The Whitey documentary has, I mean, you pretty much see varying degrees of the same shit. Like everyone admits, like this guy killed a lot of people. Yeah, I don't think they look alike at all. But I do, everything I was looking at, it's a little hard to trace. He had a lot of his shit pulled offline, like as far as background tracing info, but there's definitely some links, but distant. I still wouldn't like, I would never go, oh yeah, she's just like him. You know what I mean? But like, it's the equivalent of like if a second or third cousin did some shit. You know what I mean? I've given up looking. I think it's my phone I can give, but not accept. Damn it. I'll figure it out. And we'll post it on Twitter. Also, Tiff Knox is here. Mahjong to you, Tiff Knox. Mahjong to you. Also, on my new phone, I have Mahjong. I just can't get calls. So at least it does that.
And there's also been other people that have been involved in this case, criminals as myself, that have corroborated what I have said.
Well, one of the stories that is wildly divergent, of course, is this one about Stippo's liquor store.
Correct.
We spoke to Julie Riggs, now Dahmer, in 2001, who certainly has a completely different version of events.
That's crazy. So Julie Riggs, her husband, is the one who died. Yeah, Todd's effing sociopath Todd played this guy in the movie. Yeah, so Julie Riggs is the one whose daughter was teething on the gun. It's pretty crazy because her husband ended up dead in the middle of the trial, and he was a witness about to go up. So funny how that happened. And then she ended up, yep, you heard it right. She married someone whose last name is Dahmer. I know this is going to sound crazy, but there's a lot of Dahmers in the US. It's actually a huge family name. Turns out there's a lot of Weeks too, which is why it took so long to see what was real and what wasn't. But yeah, lots of Dahmers, dude. Also, Whitey Bulger's case really had everything, didn't it? It was like a Stefan sketch, you know? It's got midgets on film. It's got orange traffic cones. It's got ecstasy. The new club is called Bulgers. It was actually called, what was it called? Lucky O's or what was that lounge called? Twin, I don't remember. Something with 3 O's. I tried to make it my background picture the other day for this and I forgot. Oh, we goes to 11. My sister loves you. Her name is Shelly. She's a pretty sister. I love you too, Shelly. Shelly and Stan. I've been watching a lot of old South Park recently, and Shelly, that song has been stuck in my head. So that's funny that you said that. And yes, Miss Rakes went on to marry a Dahmer, and she also has one of the sickest fucking accents ever. Is Laura here? Laura, how's your mother? She doing better? I did see your email. I meant to, actually, I was going to send you something back. I need to find that. I'll do that after this. How's your mother? Is she doing good? I know that she was keeping you on your toes. Never miss a chance to bring that up, ever. She can post a link in the chat room for iPhone users. I don't know if the mods have it or not. If not, if you want to buy a membership, you can just go over to, yes, Triple O's. That's the club. That's the fucking club. And they chopped it down and put up some other place. It looks very different now. But the old Triple O's lounge, oh my God. And honestly, Whitey's fucking home, like where he grew up, the garage where they started the Winter Hill Gang. Oh my God. I'll post a link to, I got to find it. I'll post a link in here shortly. There's a really crazy article about what happened to it. It became a Pentecostal church. And, very fascinating stuff. It's just a pretty good article about it when it first started happening. It's from like the mid 2000s. I want to say 2007, 2008. And what's crazy is if you go look in the comments of it, oh my God, so many people in the comments are like, I knew Whitey, I grew up with them, or like, you know, oh, Mr. Hill wasn't a bad guy, Mr. Winter wasn't a bad guy, or whatever. Like whoever the guy who started the Winter Hill Gang. And the thing is, I don't even think it was named after him, Mr. Winter. It just happened to be that way. But a lot of people talk about how the guy that Whitey got thrown in jail and then took over for, how they respected him. And when Buddy was around, nobody acted like this. Whitey's the one who destroyed our area. And it's really fascinating how many people like basically sided with the mafia until Whitey took over. That's kind of weird. They're like, the streets were great until Whitey came along. The leader of the gang before Whitey, you know, he was a good guy. Like, people saw him as a hero, almost like how the cartels operate. How some towns, it's like, no, we need the cartels to protect us from police. And other towns are like, they're killing us all, help. It's a very odd dynamic. I'll put a link in the chat. We'll keep watching this.
And what you say in this book and she says, first of all, she says you, Frank Salemi and Whitey Bulger were at her house. She wasn't there. She was at the liquor store. You say Whitey Bulger wasn't there. You differ about whether the gun barrel was put in a child's mouth. You say that didn't happen. I mean, she claims, let me just finish it for you people who don't know the story, that it was a total shakedown, that you and your associates shook down her and her husband, gave them $67,000 to overtake the liquor store, but she never wanted to sell it.
Well, you know, that's Julie's story, and that's Julie's story based on what her husband told her. First of all, Frank Salemi wasn't involved in it at all. It was James Bulger, myself, and Stevie Fleming came into it later on. Stippo approached us through his sister, reached out to us to buy the store from him. We did not go to him. We did not grab him. We did not ask him for the store. He approached us.
What did you want to buy the store?
Well, you know, the truth of the matter is Jim wanted a legitimate business.
Jim being Whitey Bulger.
Right, he wanted a legitimate business.
Did he, or did he want a front for an illegal business?
No, he actually thought it was better to get into a legitimate business, you know. I knew Stippo well, and I wasn't too keen on the idea of getting involved in it with him at all. But Stippo had sold his wife a bill of goods, exactly how the shakedown went down. And it didn't occur anything like he said. I don't argue the fact that in the end that we did, you know, there was a gun on the table. His daughter, you know, reached out for the gun and pushed away from her, but there was no gun put into her daughter's mouth. There was no, you know, we did not approach him. He approached us through his sister. And both his sisters have testified, and they've stated in the paper that he was lying about it. So I don't blame Julie Dammers for what she's saying.
Yeah, she said originally she was looking to get the store back. I'm not sure where that stands. Going back to your initial involvement with Whitey Bulger, I mean, people knew each other well in the South Boston area, but when he kind of adopted you, did you realize from the start that that was it? That was going to be a life of crime for you? And because you knew who he was. He was older than you.
I came into a circle when I was 18 years old. I was working as a bouncer. And it wasn't like this happened overnight. It was a progression over the years that I became deeper and deeper involved in crime. And then when I was involved with the murder, double homicide with Brian Howe and Michael Donahue, I knew then my life was over and my life had changed for good.
But you continued.
At that point, you really had no choice. I mean, I had been involved in serious crime with them. I had been involved in murder with them. And then basically there was no walking away at that point.
You told Ed Bradley on 60 Minutes, and you say in your book that you were, you know, an accomplice to murder. But did you ever murder? Were you right there? Did you pull triggers? Did you just stab? Did you help pull teeth out? Did you?
No. I've been involved in fights where people got hurt, and you know, a fellow tried to stab me one time, and I did shoot him. But as far as the murder is concerned, no.
Well, why should anybody believe that? That you didn't actually commit the murders?
Well, it's been proven. I mean, Steve Fleming pled out to the 10 murders, and he cooperated who actually did the killing and stuff.
But you knew exactly where the bodies were buried?
Correct.
Why did you know that?
I helped to bury them.
So you were there for the actual burials. Did you witness the murders?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. How did you come to cooperate with the FBI, or the federal government, I should say, regarding John Connolly? Did they approach you? Did you say, I know more, I can say what his involvement was with this? How did that happen?
When I reached an agreement with the DEA and the state police on the investigation, the Justice Department came into it. And one fellow that had already been indicted had already talked about John Connolly, and they came to me. And part of my plea agreement was to be truthful and honest about it, everything that I had done. And so John Connolly's name came up, and I told him what I knew about John Connolly.
Is John Connolly guilty of everything that he's been charged with?
Well, it remains to be seen. He's charged with
Murder now.
Right.
Is he
So,
guilty of murder, in your opinion?
Well, I don't think, you know, that remains to be seen by the courts, you know.
What do
But
you think?
Did John Connolly tip off about this gentleman? Yes. According to Jim Bulger.
The Materano?
No, about Callahan, the
Callahan.
fellow that was murdered down in Florida. Was he guilty of the charges of tipping off the indictments? I mean, yes.
Do you think he was definitely guilty of tipping off Whitey Bulger before the indictment was going to come down in
Well, definitely. He
1995?
told me.
Yeah.
And I told Jim Bulger.
Oh, so you were the one who actually relayed the message.
Correct.
You write in your book how you had such a normal upbringing, you know.
Oh, yeah. Okay. This is what's up. This is what I remember someone said, and it worked. It's that. If you're an iPhone user, don't use your app. Go to your web browser. I know that sounds really annoying. Type in www.youtube.com, and then you go to my page, and then you should be able to add the membership shit there. It is so crazy. They make you go through all of that. And thank you for being a new member, Mitty. Also, yes, his voice is oddly soothing, but I also hate it when there's I don't know how to explain it. It's like, again, when Jen Weeks McCabe was on the stand, there was a lot of and like hard. Ugh, I fucking hate doing it. I'm sorry you guys had to hear that. If you have misophonia or whatever it's called, I apologize. But like the smacking of the lips and every breath and the harshness of like K's and P's, like the popping, the up close, super high microphone where you can hear everybody's fucking throat and tummy gurgle. I fucking hate that shit. He's got it, but it's very minimal and his voice rises slightly above it. So it's like, it's soothing, but then you get those moments where you hear him breathe and you hear a little spit bubble pop and you're like, ah, Jesus Christ, dude, you ruined it. But yeah, you know what I'm talking about? Like Jen has that so fucking bad. The smacking of the lips, the weird, just like, it's just hard K's like in B's into a too high. Yes, that's what it is. That is what it is. The cotton mouth sound. Do you guys know that is, thank you. That is ooh. Yes. The cotton mouth sound is so unique. I don't know how to fucking explain it, but turn your mic the fuck down and speak up. Young lady, I cannot handle your cotton mouth sound. It drives me insane. I hate it. And like, kissing sounds in movies are so gross. Chewing, crunching of teeth on stuff. The whole smacking, the whole, like, it sounds like, it just, I don't know how to explain it. It sounds like dry mouth. It sounds like dry mouth. It's dry mouth sound. I don't know what that is. It's so fucking gross. I don't like it. And I feel like this bitch with all her interviews, oh my God, they all sound like that. But his voice somehow is so soothing. It rises above it, but then he ruins it with the dry mouth sound. It's a real bummer.
There was always food on the table. Your father and your mother had arthritis, but your father was a hard worker. You have 5 successful brothers and sisters, not younger. Some of them went to Harvard. How did you get into this track when the others went on another?
Well, my mother had arthritis, severe arthritis. My father had a heart attack, and I started working instead of going to school. My brother got me into Commonwealth prep the following year, and based on that, I would go to Harvard. You know, they're like legacies, and but it wasn't for me. I was just out
isn't
of
that what
school.
it's called? It's not mesothelioma. It's misophonia. Is that what it's called? The guy from Rage Against the Machine has it really bad. I feel like it's that guy. I think it is. He has it so bad. He can't do interviews. because it drives him nuts if he has to wear headphones. He did one with Bobby Lee that was really incredible, but they talked about it. And the whole time I'm sitting there like, yes, sir. That is exactly how I fucking feel. AI music added those pops on TKP, etc. The sounds that the sound engineers try so hard to get rid of, but they added it about a month ago to be more realistic. Oh, God. So they took the quality down. Like, that's the only good thing about AI is that you can get rid of that shit. Ugh. Ugh. Look, Mookie's is getting pissed off thinking about misophonia.
So I really wasn't interested in, and so I started working bouncing, and that's how I came in the circle of these people, and you know, I got involved.
Was there good money in bouncing?
Yeah, it was pretty good money, believe it or not.
Yeah.
Well, I was working 3 jobs at the time too, so I mean, it was pretty good money.
Going back to the media again, you've got a lot of kind of built up frustration, anger, contempt for certain members of the media. Howie Carr, probably chief among them. A lot of people feel the same way you do about Howie Carr, but would not have thought about taking it to the next step. Why did it bother you what Howie Carr wrote or said about you?
Well, I think it was a accumulation of articles over the years, and
Yeah, and the guy from Rage Against the Machine literally rages. Like, he said that. He said he gets mad. Like, he'll leave a party if he hears it too much. It's so bad. And I can't, like, thinking about it is like making my skin crawl, but I read the foil comment and I got that shiver up my spine. My thing, I hate saying it, but it's like literal nails on a chalkboard. I know people use that as a phrase, but I mean, literally, when they really do it, just right now, I need to I hate it so much, but to hear it is like, I would just quit being friends with someone. Like, I cannot handle it.
not just about ourselves, but other people that he attacked. You know, Howie Carr was not a central figure to the book. Yeah, he was just
Whole chapter.
Well, no, it's actually about 3 or 4 paragraphs, I think. But
Yeah.
Howie Carr was, believe it or not, Jim Bulger decided to make him a hobby. And, you know, we looked at Howie Carr and to kill Howie Carr.
Howie doesn't believe that.
Well, I mean, Howie don't believe a lot of things. You know, if you read what Howie writes, I don't believe any of that either.
Well, he went back and sort of tried to reenact how you could have been across the street, and you probably read the column.
Well, 60 Minutes went out there. They went out the graveyard, and I told them where and everything. They went out, and there's a big opening in the walls, about 20 feet wide. It leads right into his driveway of his house and everything. So,
But going back to what I asked you, what difference does it make what he says or writes about anybody? He writes about politics.
Ding, ding, ding. Z, I don't know who you are, but that is the best comment. Yes, 100%. In fact, we're going to watch some videos eventually. We may have seen one already where they discuss this about Howie. And basically the way the media treated the Bulger case and the shit that they were exposing about government corruption and how those people were treated by that very government after, and to try to sway the stories as they were happening. And oh my God, it's again, history repeats itself. It's the way they're treating Aiden. It's wild.
He writes about everybody.
yeah, he does.
In
He
the
was-
same vein.
It was just, I think at the time we were more or less bored. And, you know, it's the truth, though. And there was downtime, and Jim Bulger decided that, you know, to kill Howie Carr. And that's
that is the worst. If I hear a loogie touch the back of your throat, I'm done. Testimony done. Get off the stand. Fuck you.
how it come apart.
Have you read his book, The Brothers Bulger?
You know, I read the excerpts in the Herald. I read Monday's excerpt, and I found 4 mistakes. I mean, they were just.
So you think he doesn't have the facts straight there?
I think he's very inaccurate of what he's reported.
Same.
He attributes murders to Jim Bulger that he didn't do. He talks about.
Okay, pausing again. My old roommate's mom came over once. Let me pull myself up to tell you about Patty, because I love Patty so much. Patty pops in one time, and I'm stirring my coffee. She was just visiting for the weekend. Love her to death. Great lady, great lady. As I'm stirring my coffee, she grabs my hand and stops me, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, because my thing is I hate being touched. Like, don't touch me unless you're going to warn me. even if it's for a hug. Like, let me see you first. She just comes up behind, grabs my hand. I'm like, oh, like that's my shit. Where I'm like, oh, don't fucking touch me. But then she goes, please stop with the spoon. And I was like, what are you talking about? And it was stirring the spoon, and as it clanked the glass, and then she told me that's her misophonia. You know what I mean? That's her, like, she said that sound makes her physically ill. And I said, why? And she told me because she was in a relationship with her first husband or her ex or whatever for so many years. And while he used to like say horrible things to her and just be a piece of shit, he would stir his coffee. It would clink, 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 clink on the cup. And so it triggers her, like it makes her angry. And when I think of stuff like the throat clear or like crunchy chips or like crackers or just any chewing, smacking of lips, loogie sounds, just sounds that are not pleasing and bother me, it occurred to me like, oh my God, I can reflect every time a sound grosses me out. I can think back to a time someone did that and it was upsetting, and it's always someone I didn't like. And I do wonder if it's kind of like when you smell something and you have nostalgia, if it works the opposite. Obviously it does, PTSD, trauma, shit like that. But I'm talking about with something simple like sounds. Like I used to have a girl in one of my classes in college who would just sit there and go with her tongue all the time. And I apologize for anyone who's annoyed by that. But if I meet someone who does that, or if people like whistle at me, I get enraged. Whistling drives me nuts. People who talk on speakerphone in public. Yeah. And he fucking loves to whistle. I've been such a cunt about that. Oh, he's doing it right now. It like hurts my ears. It's like what I imagine a dog hears when you blow a dog whistle. Like to me, it's when I hear a whistle, I get enraged. And again, I had a horrible boss who used to just whistle all the fucking time. It drove me nuts. Like you could talk to them and ask them a question and they would respond with a whistle. Like, they'd be like, hold on, let me whistle the word. And it's like, what are you doing? Just fucking respond to me. Like I'm burnt. My arm is burning. Like, can you help? You know? And it drove me nuts. And to this day, I think that a lot of people, one of the reasons we, like I was telling you about Patty, one of the reasons we hate these things is because of like a bad experience within the past. I don't know, simple things, but I feel that. Someone was shitting on someone on Twitter today about rate or going to anger management. And I was like, no, that's a good thing. Like we should be thankful people go to that shit, because if they didn't, we'd probably have a lot of people raging over the smallest shit. So it's a very good place to go. But I do wonder if there's like a way to reverse reactions to sounds. You know how people say like you can get, what's it called? Acupuncture for, to help you quit smoking or something. I wonder if you can get it to reverse a sound, or a way to recondition your brain to not be upset when people are making those sounds. I don't know. Just a thought. I will absolutely stop interrupting now, but check out this douchebag. Jesus Christ. Ugh.
Yeah, and I told him where and everything. Went out, and there's a big opening in the walls, about 20 feet wide. It leads right into his driveway of his house and everything. So,
but going back to what I asked you, what difference does it make what he says or writes about anybody? He writes about politicians. He writes about everybody.
Yeah, he does.
In the same vein.
It was just, I think at the time we were more or less bored.
Interesting.
And,
is that holes? I'm going to look that up.
It's the truth, though. And there was downtime, and Jim Bulger decided that, to kill Howie Cow. And that's how it came apart.
Have you read his book, The Brothers Bulger?
I read the excerpts in the Herald. I read Monday's excerpt, and I found 4 mistakes. I mean, they're just...
So you think he doesn't have the facts straight there?
I think he's very inaccurate at what he's reported. Mm-hmm. He attributes murders to Jim Bulger that he didn't do.
Interesting.
He talks about, reaching out for him down Louisiana. That never happened. He talked about flying out to Chicago. That never happened. I drove out to Chicago. I mean, he has a lot of inaccuracies.
You said on the air in the book, you don't know where Whitey Bulger is. That's probably true. Do you think anybody has any idea?
I think that he cut ties with
everybody
back here. I think that's, that's one of the things you always stressed when you go on the run, that you have to cut ties with everyone back here. That's what will lead to you. That's the one big mistake people make.
And do you think he's still living off of various stashes of funds that he said he put millions in various offshore bank accounts.
I believe so.
That's easy to trace these days.
No, really, number
Dude, same.
of accounts, it really isn't. I mean, you can get a,
Oh my
a
god!
Swiss
Oh,
account, and it's very hard.
Laura pausing it for this one. Holy shit! Yes. I'm gonna tell you guys a gross one, and I'm sorry, but it drives me nuts. I need to know if other people do this, and this is maybe the opposite. But when you see someone with a big pus-filled pimple and you want to pop it, but they're a stranger. I saw a guy one time. He was talking to me at a comedy club, and he was picking a scab in front of me. Like he's pulling it off, and I see the blood on his fingernails, and he's picking and he's scratching, and I'm seeing it get on his fingers. And then he like went to hand me something. Like he handed me a piece of paper, and I was like, I don't want to touch it because that's disgusting. And then he got mad at me because I said, do you need like a napkin or something? You got a little blood there. And he fucking flipped out. Dude has still never talked to me since. He was so fucking pissed that I mentioned it. But it's like, you've got literal pus on your fingers. Like, get that the fuck away from me. At the same time, if I see someone with a huge bump full of pus, all I want to do is reach over and squeeze it. What is that? Is that just like, I know I'm a hypocrite for that. I recognize that, but why am I like that? I thought I was the only one. I can't stand, and I'm traumatized by whistling. I finally traced it back to when I was 5 years old. What happened when you were 5? I mean, you don't have to share me. You don't have to share that with me. But like also, wow, that's far back. Mine's not that old, but it definitely goes back to a person who just whistled a lot. It drove me nuts, and like it would hurt my ears. And I feel like before I met that person, my ears never hurt from whistling. After, fucking hurt real bad. And then when I got my ass beat, I had a bad head injury. After that, it got even worse. Like I don't want to say visibly, audibly tell a difference in like the irritation. It's almost like a tinnitus. If I hear what, like, it fucking bothers me. He hocked a loogie in your face. Oh my god. Yep. One of my best friends, her ex threw a Chipotle burrito at her face, and she still can't eat at Chipotle. Poor thing.
I don't believe they even have a treaty with the United States to give up those accounts. It's not as easy as you think.
Some of them can be broken. That's
Yep,
for sure.
big time. Hate
So
that.
what's the next generation for you?
I think that
interesting.
just go back to work and try to live a normal life.
You're not worried about getting whacked yourself at this point?
Well, I mean, I'll probably get hit with a plane before I get whacked.
Probably get hit with a what before you get whacked? Did he say prawn? Who's gonna hit you with a prawn? I don't know what he said. I'm not going back. Okay. I do want to also play one more thing. This is Whitey Bulger's defense, and they're talking about testimony, and they're talking about, basically the title says it all, but Whitey Bulger's defense dodges question of testimony. I just think that this is interesting, and it's about whether or not he'll take the stand. Oh, that's not the right one. Where is it? Ooh, actually, this one says the same thing pretty much. This is the other courtroom outburst I wanted to show you earlier. And we're going to watch this, and then we'll take some calls if you guys want to call in. If you're done and you're tired, though, we don't have to. But this is interesting. I really love courtroom outbursts. I really do. Unless they're like someone evil hurting someone who didn't deserve it. But sometimes when they're just, I like it when they're vocalized exchanges of people just like, fuck you, you fucking fuck. And I like looking at the court in the judge's face and seeing what they do. There was one that was wild. The guy is it Vegas, and he jumped at the judge. That shit was fucking crazy. Not so much those, but I like it when two people, especially in the mobsters, like if you watch the mafia trials, there's almost always a guy who's like, you're a fucking rat. No, you're a fucking rat. Like, it's not a mafia trial if someone's not screaming that you're a fucking rat at someone inappropriately. Absolutely love that. Here we go. And then we'll take some calls.
For the day, Stephen Davis was asked about his outburst.
I didn't want to disrespect Judge Casper. I owe her an apology, and it was just a bad scene in court today. I was defending myself.
This is also his sister was one of the women that was killed by Flemmy and Whitey, because Whitey found out that Flemmy had an outburst and yelled at his girlfriend, and the girlfriend found out that they were FBI informants, which led to her being killed by Whitey while Flemmy watched, and then Flemmy had to pull all of her teeth out. This is that girl's brother. Anyway, yeah, that happened. That was really sad. Really sad and fucked up. And why is this guy ripping a butt just staring directly at the camera? Is this me? I think this is me.
Myself. I know who I am and what I am. What anyone else is or what anyone else has done, I can't test to that.
All right, and Stephen Davis is here. Welcome, Stephen.
Yes,
I know you took some time to compose yourself and went outside. It was nice of the judge to let you back in, but you were reacting to the accusation that somehow you were a rat and a drug abuser. That's what Flemmy said on the stand.
Yes. And I feel I know now.
Also, I am going to let him talk through like this whole thing because I'm fascinated with this guy. Out of all the people in or around the lexicon of this trial, Whitey's, this guy shocks me the most. Like, he's so wild. He's like, he does talk like a gangster. He does say a lot of the same shit. He is 100, like, I'm not a fucking rat. But he's also supposedly just a street kid who's like a good guy, who grew up into a good guy who's just protective of his sister. But it really trips me out, his response and the way is this like a Boston thing? I don't know. I'm very interested in this culture of loyalty and who's a rat and who's not a rat. Because in Texas, we all just tell each other secrets. Everyone's just like, y'all hear about Darla? She's up there at that Mayo clinic getting her foot cut off. Like, everyone just tells each other their shit. So this whole loyalty secrecy shit, fucking weird. I don't know.
I had reacted a little too fast because when he said that, he said, they asked him which brother, and he came out and said Steve. And I got overheated and I just blew off in court. And I said, and with that, he was following up with, I didn't mean Steve Davis, I meant.
Do you think he would have corrected it, though, if you hadn't jumped on him? Because then he said, oh, no, I'm sorry, Mr. Davis. I meant Mickey, your brother Mickey. But if you hadn't done the outburst, would that have been corrected?
Well, yes, I mean, I know it wasn't true. I mean, a lot of people know me that know it's not true. And I just wanted to let it be.
Sorry, fuck this guy. What is this? No, not fuck this guy. I feel horrible for him and what he went through, but I'm sorry. What the fuck is this? He ate the scab? I'm gonna go throw up.
Known who I am, and I'm real. I'm not what he was saying.
Yeah.
When he was asked.
Well,
yes, when this one's over.
Steve, I mean, one of the insinuations after the fact was, once he clarified that it was your brother Mickey, he was suggesting that, Mickey had talked to John Connolly, then John Connolly had talked to Bulger, and that ultimately it was because of your brother that your sister ended up murdered. Do you believe that?
Well, I'm taking all I can in from what I hear in the trial, but I don't know what to believe because I don't know what the truth is.
Is Mickey still alive?
Yes, he is. And I can't testify to the fact of what he's saying he is. It's just I'm speaking to justify who I am, and and I don't even fit me or squeeze me in the category of being a rat like them guys. I walk the streets with my head held high and proud. I'm well liked, and
Steve, what's your take on all this? That it's got to be very painful and personal to have him talking about your sister like that. But at one point, Flemmy is saying, "Well, I loved her, but I wasn't in love with her." Was he done with her and ready to dispose of her just to make it neat and clean and so he wouldn't have to explain anything? Or did he really believe in your mind, I know you'll never know for sure, that she knew too much and that she might be talking to people who could ultimately bring Whitey and Stephen down?
Well, like I had said before, Emily, she knew too much. She wasn't asking to know what he might have told her. And if he told her too much, she wasn't looking to what he had to say. She probably just listened, and he just, what do they call it, pillow talk? I don't know what came of that when it did, or why. I know he was upset towards the end because she was going to leave him.
Yeah.
And
so I guess that's what I'm getting at. Did he kill her because she was going to leave him, or because she knew too much?
Well, that's in how he's trying to tell his part of it is she knew too much. So in that part of it, he brings everybody else, and he's not the main focus on her getting killed. And it's been some tough days in court now.
I know it's tough. And also last week, this came as a shock to us with the sudden death of Stephen Riggs, who also, he was, of course, the owner of Stippo's liquor store. He claims that Whitey Bulger, Stephen Fleming, shook him down, basically forcibly took over the liquor store, handed him a bag of cash. You became quite close to Steve because he was, like you, in the courtroom every day. What is your sense of this? What do you think happened to him? Do you think there was foul play involved?
Yeah, from what I'm hearing on the investigation, there's a lot of foul play. They said his body was placed there, moved from one place to there. And, we're waiting now for toxicology. And I know he didn't do drugs. I know he wasn't a drinker. He liked to swim, bike, walk. I don't know anything outside of that.
How upset was he, do you know, that he was taken off the witness list?
Well, that Tuesday, when court was over, Brian Kelly wanted to speak with him. And when everyone was coming out, the past 2 weeks, Stephen Race was leaving court right after court, going to his car during the recess, get his phone. I said, why don't you just bring it in? He's, notebook and everything. And I ran up to the elevator because I told Brian was looking for him. And he came back. He was talking with Brian. I was talking with somebody else. And then he just walked by me. I said, what are you doing? I said, wait a minute. He said, no, call me later. So waited a few hours at about 4:30, 4:37, I think, to be exact. I called him. It went from one ring to his voicemail. So I thought he was on the phone. I called him again. I said, he'll call me back. Following morning, I'd call him at 6 in the morning or whatever, because we'd meet for coffee before court. And no answer. He didn't show up at court Wednesday. So Wednesday night, I was going to go over to see if he was.
Pausing it. Tina, feel that 100%. 100%. When that chick was coming towards me, when I was about to get my ass beat, I didn't even see her knife yet. And I had that same feeling where it's like, uh-oh, these people don't want to be my friends. And it just fucked me up, dude. There's just a feeling you get sometimes. It's like, nope, I'm going to go over here.
Was home. And I didn't. I wound up going Thursday morning. On the way into court, I got a call from one of the reporters that they found a body, describing it. Then he asked me what Stephen was wearing. I said he had shorts and a green shirt on, polo shirt.
Wow.
He said, yeah, that's what they're identifying. And it's sad. It's really sad because whatever inspired with all this, it was perfect timing.
Yeah, it was. Well, we'll be anxious as you are to find out what happens.
Yo,
to
Melanie.
Stephen Davis, thanks.
Melanie, really? I'm going to do call-ins in a second. Call in. Because I've been reading a shitload about them over the past couple of years. And I've been kind of obsessed with them for a long time just because it fascinates me how many people, it really is cartel-esque, how people are like some people are like, oh no, they protected us. And other people are like, no, they're bad. And it's like, how can any of this be good with all this debt? Like, there's nothing good about this. It's fascinating how much they were able to get away with, and to find out the federal government helped them. You cannot tell me that in, what is it, exactly 1 decade, everything somehow changed. And no, it didn't. They helped. These guys did it, not him, but the Winter Hill gang. And yet some people are still like, hey, fuck no, they were pretty cool. In fact, that link I gave you guys from Gangsters to God, the Somerville News blog from 2008, you can see a lot of people talking about it, and it trips me out. I'm very curious about people who grew up in that culture. Like, what separates it from people glamorizing mob life and people who are directly affected by it? And it's so weird when you see people who are directly affected by it. Sometimes they side with the mobsters, and I'm like, what does that? Are you, wait a minute, Tina, are you the one who made that fabulous fucking video after about another case? Or are you blackjack dealer? Because I remember the 2 women who called in that night with me. One was a blackjack dealer, and the other one made a really amazing video about Belusko, about Staten Island Jane Doe, because I brought that one up. Is that you, Tina? Girl, I'm just gonna, this is almost over. Let me drop a link now. I'm gonna drop a link now. I really want you to call in because I want to hear about that. If you, was it you who did the Christie? Oh God, I gotta go so far down. Oh shit. Okay, I'm back down. Is that you, the Christine Belusko calling? I was only 5, and I didn't know how or why I knew these things about people. Couldn't even put a name to it until I was older. It terrified me. Really? Holy shit. Also, yep, that was you. You'll talk privately? Okay, email me. I'll put my email here. I'll put it on a banner. Let me pop my email on a banner for you. Any of you guys want to email me anything, you can feel free to. Except pictures of your feet and your dicks. I don't want to see dicks. I don't want to see feet. If you have any weird wounds or pimples you want to send me, I do like those videos. Pretty gross, but whatever. You know, here, let me put, that's the wrong one here. This is my email. Oop, boop, 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 boop. And here, I'm going to go back a little bit on this. Give you guys a moment to call.
One rang to his voicemail. So I thought he was on the phone. I called him again. I said, he'll call me back. Following morning, I'd call him at 6 in the morning or whatever, because we'd meet for coffee before court. And no answer. He didn't show up at court Wednesday. So Wednesday night, I was going to go over to see if he was home.
That was you.
I did.
I watched your Christine Belusko video, hon. I thought it was great. I might have even commented on it. Woo! I learned a lot about her since. I'd love to show you, actually.
And I wound up going Thursday morning. On the way into court, I got a call from one of the reporters.
Oh, yeah. Also, if you would like to call in, I'll do like 2 or 3 calls, and then I got to go. But definitely, Tina, I want you to call in, because that's the link right there. And you don't have to have your video up if you don't want to, and it should work for everyone. Dick Feet is very funny. None of your business. I'm going to keep this link up, but I would like to highlight that Dick Feet is very funny. Okay? It's very funny, and I like that. Yeah, you made the video about Christina. I watched your video. It was very good, ma'am. I liked it a lot. The Discord link in this video says it is invalid or expired. Shit. Shit on my dick. Let me go find you another one. Give me 1 second. I'm going to let this continue to play, and it's probably going to go on to the next video while I get that link. Give me 1 second.
The body, describing it. Then he asked me what Stephen was wearing. I said he had shorts and a green shirt on, polo shirt.
Wow.
He said, yeah, that's what they're identifying. And it's sad. It's really sad because whatever inspired with all this, it was perfect timing.
Yeah, it was. Well, we'll be anxious as you are to find out what happened to Stephen Rank. Stephen Davis, thanks so much for coming. It had been picking up speed, but now the James Whitey Bulger trial is slowing down. Today in court, both the defense and the prosecution spent hours laboring over the details of Bulger's FBI file. WGBH's Adam Riley has more.
Today, Whitey Bulger's defense team slammed the credibility of Department of Justice agent James Mara, the government's star witness on Bulger's huge FBI file. Defense attorney Hank Brennan claims Mara took that file at face value and didn't even check to see if Bulger's alleged informant reports were true. After an aggressive redirect from prosecutor Fred Wyshak, Brennan was hammering Mara again when court wrapped for the day and showing no signs of stopping.
Okay, I'm going to, excuse me, put the link up right here for the Discord. And I'm going to give me 1 second. I'm trying not to cough into the microphone to be conscious of the things I bitch about. I'm bringing Tina up. Tina No Cam. What's up, Tina?
Hey, can you hear me okay?
I can. Loved your video on Christine Belusko.
Yeah, I got a response from a friend of hers, and I did
A rainbow?
I don't know who. It was somebody that knew her
Okay.
and thanked me for doing the video about her. But at that time, I stopped doing videos. And I don't want to cry. My 14-year-old dog got really sick and he died.
Oh no. I don't want to cry either, but that's horrible.
It was horrible. And so that was like, what was that, over a year ago?
That was a year almost exactly since we were both on there.
Right. And so then I couldn't even bring myself to do any videos. And now, like, I kind of stayed off YouTube for a while, and then I kind of just was here and there with it, but it was so hard, and it still is. And every time I think about coming back on, I get all messed up about it. And now I'm in the middle of like a kind of a crisis move, which sucks, but yeah, I couldn't. And so I feel so bad that I didn't respond to this person.
Well, you should still do it. Respond to them when you are okay to do that. But also, like, people don't understand sometimes, and sometimes they do. I'm sure a lot of people in chat understand that, like, a dog is like our people. It's like our child, and losing a child. Ooh,
if you look on my YouTube page, my banner is my Zeus, and you'll see my Zeus on there. But
did you send me a picture of Zeus a long time ago?
No.
Oh, you didn't? Okay.
No.
I feel like I commented on one of your videos, but I can't remember if we emailed, because I did get a cute dog named Zeus in my email, and he was precious. But also, like, I'm so sorry about that.
Yeah, it was horrible. It was horrible.
And I don't blame you. I would be fucking in shambles. I don't know if something happens to Hugin and I disappear for a month, just know that that's what that is. Like, because I would probably be the same way.
It was horrible. I did end of life care for him and all that, and I had him hooked up to IV. It was like crazy, but yeah. So the reason I did that is because there are all these victims that nobody talked about, and I remember that vividly because my mom moved to Staten Island, which is crazy. We're from Brooklyn, and for her to move to Staten Island, it's like, oh. But I remember that.
Hey, what is that, by the way? Real quick, I don't mean to interrupt, but why is it? You're not the first person I've heard say that. Like, I was just talking to people from there last night who were saying, like, I had to move to Staten Island from Brooklyn. And I'm like, what's the problem?
Growing up, first of all, it used to just be a dump island. It was like literally a dump. And they actually build properties in a mall on part of the dump that people started getting sick. But it was just such a, I don't know. I had to work.
There was a typhoid hospital, a typhoid institution there. And
yeah,
like,
it was
it's where
just
Typhoid
so,
Mary started, right?
Yeah, it was just so nasty. Like, it was just such a, and then there was white flight. So a lot of people leaving Brooklyn and the neighborhoods went there, and they did the same in Long Island too, white flight. but it was just, I never liked the people there. And I had to work there at the Nathan's because it was a full service Nathan's. So I knew people and so I had to travel like 4 buses to get there to work so I can get into the Nathan's franchise that they were opening up in Bensonhurst.
You talking about the hot dogs?
Yeah, Nathan's.
Oh
Yeah,
shit, those are good.
I know they are, but
I didn't know it
was
started
just-
there. That's crazy.
Yeah, it was just crazy. And then my mom, she, her ex-fiance, he wanted to buy a house, and I'm like, I can't even believe you moved there, Mom. Like, she hates it. Like, she's like, I can't believe I moved here, because she's still there.
Everyone I know who lives there hates it, except one guy who bought a house there, who's a comic, and he has Miss Parks knows who he is. She listens to his podcast. He fucking loves it, but he also, I mean, he grew up there and he recognizes, first of all, dude openly jokes about being molested by a priest there. He said it's all cops and firemen.
Right.
And he said that his Puerto Rican wife hates it.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, I could talk about the reasons why, but I don't want to insult anybody. But
yeah.
What was I going to say? Oh yeah, my mom lives a couple of blocks away from Howard Stern's Robin. She has like this mansion up on a hill. Like, it's so bizarre.
They used to shit on her for it too. They were like, "Why'd you buy a fucking mansion in Staten Island?"
I know.
They hated it.
And it stood out too, but it's so bizarre because there would be mansions next to a regular ranch style house. It was like,
do you remember the episode of Stern where what was it? It was like a hurricane or something. Yeah, it was like a hurricane was coming or something.
Oh, Sandy?
It might have been, but it was way before that. It was a bad one, or they thought it was going to be bad. It ended up not being as bad as they thought it was going to be. But he said, if you come to work, I'll know who like the loyal people are. Again, the loyalty thing.
Yeah.
And so there was a big fight because Gary's like, I'm not going to leave my kids and my wife out there on that island alone. And it's a 5-hour, 6 different buses to get there. And I was like, what the fuck? And then Robin's like, Nettie, or like she talks some shit, and then they all turn on her and they're like, you have a fucking mansion. And they talk about her mansion.
Yeah. Like on a hit, like it sticks out like crazy. It's like, oh my God.
You're like, you're one to fucking talk. And I remember looking it up and being like, God damn, Robin. Like,
yeah, it's just crazy. But yeah, the Christine Belusko. So yeah, you have to, because there's this website, and now I'm not going to remember, that I found that it's such a low key website, but it has all these all these victims that are most likely or could be tied to Hiraman. Like,
yeah, that's
insane.
Catching Lisks. I think it's either Catching Lisk or there's 2 other sites that are similar. They all started an interactive group map, but I want to say Catching Lisks is the most comprehensive. And I'm going to actually talk to him about coming on sometime because we communicate on this case sometimes, and he is very thorough. And I like how he leaves it open, like it's a possibility, but he never pushes the narrative that this person was definitely guilty.
I can't remember. It's actually in one of my videos, and I put a link, or I named the website. So I'd have to look.
Was
it
it
up.
Murder Inc? Because they also
Murder Inc. I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like them, but they're a little pushy. Like, no offense if they're out there listening, but they're a little pushy with specific lanes on stuff. Like, for example, his Catholic priest uncle, the Ken, they're always talking about that one and making it seem like, oh, is this connected to Oak Beach because Alan Plaka used to live there and he owns this house, and this is right by where Shannon was murdered, and they must all be having a big fuck fest. And it's like, to me, when I look at that stuff, I'm like, okay, look, yes, Ken Heuermann did those things, but there's also another Ken Heuermann who's also a priest, who's also from like Indiana, who did the same shit, and they're not connecting that guy. And obviously it's because they're like, well, this is Rex's cousin. But it's like, how do you know it's not that other guy just because he's in Long Island? Because they shift them around and they both had, you know, very similar experiences. And frankly, the other guy looks more like Huerman. But that's just my opinion. But I do think it's odd how they keep trying to connect it, because if you look up property records, like Alan Plaka didn't live there. He owned the property. He was a landlord. He lived in Florida and he rented it out to other people at the time. So that combined with the fact that the priest was fucking little boys, I mean, little girls, not little boys. Huerman was a little boy. I'm not even gonna say fucking, he was molesting children, namely girls. Like, I think people look at the victimology they're a little too free in that. Like, some people, it bothers me when people are like, oh, well, you know, this guy's out to assault grown men or grown women, when their focus has always historically been and only been little boys or little girl. You know what I mean? It's very straightforward with that. But I like the openness sometimes of it when they're just like, we're just reporting, these are the facts. I don't like it when they try to lead you to something like, and therefore, because that's conspiracy territory. But you're right. They brought up Christine on that site. And I think a little bit later, didn't they shut her out? Sandra,
Castilla. Yeah, Custodial. I don't know. I haven't been on the site for a while, but I just found that I appreciated, and I'm sure the families appreciated, the
recognition
of their loved one, no matter what they did, or, you know.
And the hammer thing was weird. That's when I was like, because I brought that up to Melanie. I think that's how me and you met, or how, like, we were on the same episode. That's how I went to your video. I remember telling her, like, the hammer.
Because I brought it up. Right. I brought it up. Yeah.
Because he said, I got my favorite hammer. He always brings up the hammer. And now they're talking about wood and tools and all these things. And what was the thing about Christine that I brought up, that I keep bringing up, that I'm sure you did mention it. Remember what she was doused in? She was doused in a chemical agent. I believe it was some type of paint thinner or something.
Yeah, she was like as if it was going to disguise something, you know. DNA,
and then she was lit on fire. But what was the other thing? She had cigarettes under her, which is weird. Like, they weren't in her pocket. They were under.
She had an empty pack of Newports, right?
Yeah, Newports.
Because I used to smoke Newports, yeah.
Yeah, me too. And Cools. And I remember being like, oh, she was a Newports gal? Because she had a scorpion tattoo. So I'm like, oh, it's probably her cigarette. I don't know why I thought that. I think it's just because I smoke cigarettes and have tattoos. But to me, it's like, oh, yeah, that's hers. But what tripped me out was they're under her. So it's like, are they hers, or do they belong to the killer, or were they already there and she landed on them?
Was there money in it? Because that's how we used to carry our money.
You know, I thought that they said there was a wallet or money. And what's weird is, it was Joel Rifkin, I believe.
He was out of Long Island.
Yeah, didn't he and Jersey, didn't he always pay them? Was that him or Schulman? One of them said they always paid the women. And what's also weird in the Howard Stern thing, that guy, Clay, the serial killer calling, even though he had nothing to do with it, but he said the same thing. He said, I always paid them. And that's something that I noticed a lot of these serial killers who kill prostitutes did. They always paid them. Even the guy in Neil Falls, he had supposedly always paid them. When you look at Green River Killer, I believe he was another one who always paid that. Like, it's very odd. And they put the money somewhere.
Like, I swear, I'd have to look back on it, but this is what we did in the city. We carried our money in our cigarette pack, and we put our cigarette pack in our sock. Yeah.
And your ID.
Yeah, everything in our sock. So
all together.
If we got patted down, you know,
but she didn't have socks. Remember, she just had balloon shoes. Those white, they look like Keds, but they were called balloon shoes, right? That was the brand.
Oh, I don't remember.
They were white. They were called balloons, and they were. I remember looking up down to the manufacturer, dude. Like that thread we had in Reddit that I had told Melanie about was extreme. We narrowed down the make, model, style of hammer, which could have been Canadian. We had arguments about ball peen hammer, XYZ. That cop came into the thread. He privately messaged with me over a series of months, but he also contributed. He was like, because we had found, I had found this guy, Lloyd L., who ran an auto body shop nearby, but also worked in not car detailing. What's it called when you like collision repair? He worked in collision repair.
Body work, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then that guy was the son of a Staten Island cop. His brother was a Staten Island cop. His mother's dad, Staten Island cop.
Yeah, usually, cops in New York, in the boroughs, it's usually a generational thing.
And then the hammer, we found a colored picture of it, and it totally changes everything. And it reminds me of the Henry Bedard case that Walk Among the Tombstones knows. Walk, do you remember? I'm going to put her comment up. Walk, do you remember when you found that bat picture and it was colored compared to, or did I find it? You found a picture and I found a picture and we compared them. And not only does it make the etchings in the bat look different, it really changes everything, because you see that some of the similar scratches and markings are actually burns. And then we realized, holy shit, someone tried to burn this? Like, that's weird. Like, but he wasn't on fire. So did they try to burn it after they beat him with it to get rid of the stuff? Like, it changes kind of everything about the crime scene analysis. But then with her case, so she was beaten, strangled, hit with a hammer, lit on fire, and she was in a position, I'm trying to remember all this off the top of my head. She was kneeling. She was handcuffed, hands behind her back, I want to say. She was found still steaming, I believe is what it said.
Right, and it was so strange that it took, they didn't even care. They didn't care about
They didn't give a shit.
They didn't care.
Oh, yes, and then she was on top of the hammer. That's what was weird.
Yeah.
She was on top of the hammer and the smokes, because if you're beating someone with a hammer to make them die, right?
Right.
But she's in this position, hands behind her back, but she's on her knees. It's an execution style. But she wasn't shot. She was beaten with this hammer. So he beats her. How does he get the hammer under her? Like, to me, that means he probably hit her while maybe she was in a trunk, hence being cuffed and in that position.
Possible.
Maybe he beat her, she seized, he put her there, he threw the hammer down. It is so hard not to sing a song right now, because threw the hammer down. Sorry. He throws the hammer down, drags her over, drops her on the hammer, maybe.
I don't think it was intentional. I think he
accidentally left it, but I think because she
left it.
That makes more sense than
And he couldn't find
before.
it. He might, if he looked for it, I'm going to grab my teeth.
He looked for it. He couldn't find it because she was on top of it. He beat her with it. He threw it down. He grabs her. He pulls her out of the trunk. He puts her on top. He drops her in the spot, but she lands on the hammer, so he can't see it anymore.
Yeah,
so he just assumes he lost it in the trunk.
Right. Just like Kohlberger with the knife sheath.
Oh,
like
yes.
They're so hyper focused on what they're doing, so he might not have realized, because don't they think that
the sheath was under her?
Yeah. Actually, the
right?
sheath was right alongside Maddie. It was right. It wasn't under her. It was right alongside her.
But but they were laying next to each other in the bed. So what if one of the girls grabbed it as she was getting up and then left it there?
Possible.
It's weird though, because before, I don't know why this never clicked until we're talking about it now, but before I always wondered, like, how did he leave? What a stupid thing. Who leaves a hammer? And also remember, the handcuffs, they were not novelty handcuffs. They were like police, and that's where officer, I believe his name was, we'll call him Rich. That's where he came in on the Reddit thread, and he worked with a lot of these cops, and he was sitting there telling me in private chats, like, you need to know, like, I've inquired among other people that I worked with on this case. Like, he didn't work on that case. He worked with people, but he inquired with them on this case because they worked the case. And he knows that they're police issued handcuffs. And he couldn't prove it to me, but he just told me they were. He also told me the exact kind of hammer it was, but he said he never worked in mechanics. It's just what was told to him. And he also said he was told that there were 2 other murders around that time that were of girls in that age range. And then pretty much all we did after that was talk a lot about the corruption there and about the tattoo and trafficking. And after that, the next thing we all worked on together before he dipped was the tattoo, and basically there were no tattoo shops back then, because this was what, 90, 91? I can't even remember the year, but I can remember all the details of the crime scene.
I mean, we're the same age, so
Yeah, so there's they wouldn't allow her to get a tattoo in the city or in that borough, right? She would have had to go. You couldn't get one in Connecticut.
No, we had tattoo.
I think it was 94, 95 was what it became.
No, they had them in the city.
In the city, but not on Staten Island, right?
I don't know. I don't know too much about. I mean, I'm sure they have them.
We'll go back and check our notes, because I think they were definitely banned in Staten Island until 94, 95. Like, for sure.
It's possible. I really knew nothing. I wanted nothing to do with Staten Island, but I was actually in the area when that happened.
Like, how far? That was right across from the mental hospital on C something drive. What was it?
I have to look it up, because that's what kind of like, I'm like, I actually remember that. And I went and I was in that area. So,
and you know what's weird? I always thought that the crime scene was found because they said it was still smoldering, right?
Right.
And it was supposed to have happened at like 5, 6 in the morning, or at least that's when they found her, supposedly. And I was always like, wow, let's go back and look at the weather that day. And when you look at the weather, it was like really foggy and kind of shitty outside, but it was summer. It was very hot. And or it was approaching summer. It was unusually warm. But I remember the weird thing about it was it said that it would have been dark at those times. And then when you look at other reports,
Staten Island was so dark. There were spots that were so deserted and dark and pitch black. You know,
is that
growing up in Brooklyn, everything's lit up, you know. But you know, and so you go to Staten Island, it was just creep land out there.
And this was also where, so it's across from a mental hospital. For those of you who don't know what we're talking about, we're talking about Christine Belusko, Staten Island Jane Doe. This was across from a mental hospital. It was in the reeds and like high bushes. It almost looked exactly like where Rex dropped bodies on Gilgo. Yeah. And what was weird is at the time, what was it called? Bayview or something? And it was on C something drive. That's all I can remember about that. But
yeah, it was on C something. It was on like, it was one of the streets was named after a priest, I think.
Yeah, a molesty one too. And here's the other crazy thing. So I found out looking more into this, and I actually called the officer, the investigator handling the case, and they told me a surprising lot that I don't know they were supposed to. But first of all, it was 2 little boys, I believe, who found her. Like, it was kids playing. And there's like a little, it's not a housing project, but it's like a little area that at the time there was nothing, but they were in the midst
of the projects. I'm trying to remember like what.
Yeah, they were trying to build them. Yeah. They were like little cabana houses, and they were building them, and they were kind of run down and shitty, and little kids would go play in them. And it was very much how they described the Zodiac finding some of those kids in that cabin on the beach. It was very much the same story. Kids are fucking around playing. They're like, oh, what's that? And then they see something kind of smoldering. It's a body. Yikes. They go tell the police. I always was under the impression by everything I saw in the media that someone just rolled up and they're like, woman on fire. But no.
And like, I'm just, trying to remember the details because I haven't looked at it.
Well, she had actually, I'll just pull it up.
So you had, so you said you've been going through this on Reddit. What's your handle? I mean, I don't know if you want to give that out.
I'll how about this? I'll link you.
Okay.
I'll put it in Discord, but I'll also message you after this, or I'll send it to you. And I should just pull everything from that and put it on the Discord so everyone can see it, because we ended up looking into the mechanic. I did call the tip in on it. I don't know what happened with that, but it wasn't. It was just the proximity of the shop was within a
Weren't
mile.
they trying to blame somebody from the mental hospital? Not
Yes.
somebody who was there, an orderly.
Yes, they did. And that orderly killed his family with a hammer years
yeah.
later, but also he was not at work and he was not in the city at the time. Like, I think he was literally out of state. And he also, like, I can't remember exactly what it was. There were like 3 impossibilities. And then there was another situation where there was another guy who they tried to blame, but he just had a domestic instance. And it was like a one-time thing. And he had a totally clean record. They had no connection to her. But now what's interesting to me is, I mean, a lot of things, but the Lloyd L thing, it's just very specific. And I do believe it was a Canadian brand hammer, if I remember correctly. I'll go through all my stuff, but it's kind of weird because you find out that she lived in Jersey.
Right.
She had a family, and this stuff we found out since, because remember, did we even know it was, we didn't know it was Belusko. Holy shit.
I think, I don't remember. Maybe not. Maybe
They hadn't ID'd her yet.
But yeah, she was so beautiful, and
she looked like my mom.
I think the person who contacted me, I think she babysat for them. I have to look at that comment.
So here's what's crazy. After they found her, I started going through her family tree and I was reading everything about her that I could find. And one of the things that's interesting is, so she was adopted at a young age.
Right.
Grew up in, is it Morris, New Jersey? Something like that.
Yeah, Morris
Morris. And she lived with his family in this beautiful house. I mean, I went and checked it out. It's beautiful. Finds out, has a baby. Nobody knows who the dad is, apparently. I don't know. Little girl's what, like 2 years old? Has the same name, Christina.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And then she ends up basically finding out from her parents that she's adopted. And at the time, she worked at a rainbow store in Morristown. Morristown. She worked at a rainbow store. And she told some coworkers, apparently, or a coworker, according to a couple of different media entities. And I've tried to figure out where they got this. And the investigator didn't know. She's just like, I don't know about that. But it was reported at the time that, you know, she loved her little girl. Everything was fine. But when she found out that she was adopted, she decided to essentially, and this was at the time they ID'd her, essentially decided to leave. You know what I mean? Go find her real family, supposedly. And she also told some of them she was moving to Florida. So what those connections are, I don't know. But part of me goes, okay, so was she told her family was in Florida, or did she just want to go to Florida?
Well, here's the thing.
But then she ends up in the Poconos in Mount Airy Lodge.
Right.
And then guess who else works at Mount Airy Lodge? A guy who killed people. There was like a maintenance guy there. Like, that's the shit that I've been finding out. Now, his name isn't Lloyd.
I know that.
But if you look around the Poconos at the time and the shit that was going on near Mount Airy Lodge, in Mount Airy Lodge, there were issues with the fucking owners. There were random assaults that happened that kind of never got figured out. There were 4 or 5 active serial killers in the area, possibly even Robert Ben Rhodes. I can't remember, but there was, I think he was. And then you've also got the potential again of Israel Keys, because everybody likes to toss him in, but he was out there.
Yeah, Israel Keys. He terrifies me.
He's terrifying.
Terrifies me. I watched part of his interview, and I have friggin' nightmares about him.
He cut himself to draw those skulls. and left a creepy poem. And it's like they line up with the amount of kill kits pretty much that we know of. And everybody's like, I wonder how many victims he had. Like, duh, the amount of skulls he drew because he was dying when he did that. Like, remember he tried to cut himself and then he electrocuted himself by holding onto that little metal piece. I think he cut himself to make that.
And
And
how
then
many
died.
people? And he devolved so quickly. Like he evolved and he planned and he did all the, and then he just like devolved.
Well, you
Like,
know, his first one, did you see when he talked about that? It was Oregon and it was a girl floating down a river and she was with her friends and she got separated. And then he dragged her into a bathroom, did that shit to her, and then let her go. And this was his own story, I believe. And then when you find out that he was building cabins with his brothers and his dad in that exact area and no one reported a rape.
and he was burying his kill kits like in random areas. And I mean, to me, and there was somebody else that
He got caught 20 minutes north of me.
Oh my
And
God.
I'll never forget because I've been following that poor girl in Alaska, Samantha
Yeah.
Koenig.
That's where he devolved. He just like, and he kept her.
And he
at his
sewed her
house.
eyes open and took a picture of her holding a newspaper so he could go stick it on a cork board outside of a park under a specific lost dog flyer. And the parents find it. And it's just like refill the fucking debit card. Here, she's alive, proof of life. Like what? And she'd already been dead for days. And then not only that, did you see the shit? I don't think I've ever put this on my channel, but we'll do it as Real Keys episode. He used to go by Iggy or Izzy, and I found all his social media shit.
Oh my
He used to
God.
go online and comment on cases for women he killed or went after. Like,
I wonder how many people are in prison accused of people that he murdered.
So this one chick, she was a drug user. Her boyfriend was a drug user. They were in and out of rehab and stuff. They had like a kid together. They had a whole record of abuse on each other. She ends up dead. He's getting the blame for it. He had to go to court. Like they took him to court. They blamed him. He was finally found not guilty. But what's crazy is if you go back on the articles about that trial, Israel Keys is commenting on it about how this guy's fucking did it. To think that it's very Jen McCabean, isn't it? Like going into the Karen Reed and being like, she fucking did it. Like all this shit. Like, bitch.
Yeah, that McCabe woman is like evil personified. I'm sorry. I couldn't, like, I wanted to reach through that screen and rip her face off.
And you know, there's a girl here who is in a really small circle true crime Texas group that I'm in on Facebook. And there's not that many of it. There's like under 200. I think she posted in True Crime Society or like a bigger group about her experience, but she had been telling us about this since it happened. And we were all like, maybe it's Israel Keys. And she hadn't looked at him yet. She's in there for her, how should I put this? It's very specific, so I don't want to out her, but it's a forensics thing that she does with phones. Let's just say she's very good with phones. She does not actually pay attention to many cases or any, really. She's one of those people who's like, you just tell me what you need and I'll get it to you. So she's in there for that. She had an experience with him, but she didn't know it was him yet. And when we were talking about it, she was like, this sounds like some shit I read about this one guy and I can't remember his name. And she described him. We're like, that's him. That's Israel Keys. And she's like, I meant to go look that up because I think that's the guy, but I haven't seen his picture. And we're like, what? You should see it. And we sent it to her and she freaked the fuck out.
Oh my God.
Like, she was like, oh my God, who do I call? Where's that? Like, and she was not the one. She did not want to give tips. She was never into that shit. She never wanted to hear the gore. This bitch wanted to call the FBI immediately because she was like, he chased me at a cemetery. And we're like, what?
Oh my God.
And all she told us was a guy freaked her out while she was putting flowers on someone's grave. That's all we knew. We didn't know he'd chase her. Like, then she spilled the beans, and it was literally the week he got caught in that area.
Oh my God.
She's like, I don't remember the exact day, but it was a day like I went and I was back in town, and she was from the Northeast. She had left Texas to move up there and then came back. And she was there and she's putting flowers on a grave of a relative. And there's a guy who pulls over a white car, gets out, looks at her, sees her, starts walking to her really fast. He's got mud up to his fucking knees, she said. And then he chases her. And she fucking took off, dude.
See,
She
that's
got
like
away, no issues, and then freaked out about it ever since.
when this is how old I am. When Son of Sam hit Brooklyn, he hit my neighborhood. In fact, his last two victims,
Mhm.
the guy lived right around the corner from me. And we were out, me and my friend were out in the car on Shore Parkway. And I mean, that's how close I got to Son of Sam. And we actually cut our hair. Like, I had long brown hair.
Oh,
And
because of the profile.
me and my friend Gina cut our hair to pixie cut because
Did they tell that? Do you remember that? I've been trying to find old news footage of that, but I remember one when I was it was like 2001 or 2 when I was in school for journalism. I remember our professor was a guy named George Getchow, and he used to write for the Wall Street Journal, and his the best man at his wedding, he was the best man at Daniel Pearl's wedding, the guy who got his head cut off by ISIS or the Taliban. So that was his best friend. So this guy had a fucked up life. And I remember him telling us about when we were talking about if it bleeds, it leads, and, you know, sensationalized stories. And he had brought up, because he was living in New York working at Wall Street Journal at the time. I believe it was him or the teaching assistant who was also from there, which is weird because we had a bunch of New York professors in the journalism program, which is, I think, why I'm kind of obsessed with the Northeast. But I remember him bringing up that, like, around the Son of Sam thing, they would have these public forums that were televised, and they would print them in the newspapers about the profiles that these guys focused on, and they would advise women to get their hair cut.
Yeah, I remember, like, they were publicizing that, and so we were terrified. And so yeah, we went and got pixie cuts because we had the long brunette hair.
Damn.
And yeah, and he didn't, most of his stuff was in Queens, but when he came to Brooklyn, that was it. He got caught right after that because he made
And that guy used to talk to the dog.
Right. Yeah, Son of Sam.
crazy.
That's what, you know. But yeah, it was that night was so terrifying that where Stacy Markowitz and Tony, when they got shot, we were out. Like me and
That was in a park, right?
It's on Shore Parkway, which is a boulevard where a lot of us would park. It's right along the water there.
Was that the one where he was sitting on, or they were sitting on a bench, or were they in the car?
No, they were in the car.
Yeah, they were in the
parked
car.
in the car because it was popular to park over there. And we were parked a couple of blocks up. But yeah, he got out. So what happened was she got shot first and she fell into his lap and she thought she threw up. And she said, "Oh, I threw up." It was their first date. And then when he got shot, he waited a beat and then he got out of the car and he grabbed onto the light pole, and his blood and then he fell and his blood just was all up and down that light pole, and it stayed there for a long time.
Moogies. Sorry, my dog is screaming at me. I'm gonna pick him up. Also, you know, hate to bring it up, but Delphi, everybody's like, this tree is a symbol. When I look at that thing, which yes, it did get leaked. I saw it. To me, it looked like wiping hands off, you know?
Oh,
Like,
see, I
let me
didn't
get
see
the
that.
blood
Yeah.
off my hands. Like
Yeah.
that's how you would do it if you're getting the front, back, and then down. I don't think it served any purpose other than that. But some of the crime scene photos that we looked at in some of my classes, like you can tell exactly the order and how things happen based on something as simple as like a smear on a pole. And
right,
it tripped me out how many of them, like, you can go back on Google Maps and see stains. Like when I got my ass beat, there's blood in the road. They didn't come wash it. Like it's
No,
weird
they don't.
how many departments, like they're just like, nope, there's just blood in the road now.
No, I can tell you how many accidents I've witnessed where people died, and no, they don't. They leave everything.
They just
It's
leave it.
horrific. And crime scenes in homes and stuff, and they just leave it.
Oh shit. Did you see this? I just saw this in chat. Did you see that today, December? But today is January 2nd, not December, you goofs. But
still.
December 2nd is the day Israel Keys died, and you guys are talking about it. Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah,
Well, it was
he just,
technically a month ago then, right?
yeah,
But that
it's
is
a month.
crazy, the second.
It's horrific. He was like, every time his name comes up, I'm like, that man is like, so they're all evil, but there's like a deep, deep evilness in
Mhm.
him, and it's like really like the devil, like the scariest. I don't know, when I could not make it through his interviews, like, because every, like I said, what happened to me at 5, this is what happened to me at 5.
Mhm.
My dad took me to his office in Manhattan on a Saturday. It was a daughter-daddy day, and I would go there, and there was a big old water cooler there, and I was pouring myself a cup of water, and I can hear these heavy steps coming towards me and
Mhm.
whistling, heavy footsteps, whistling, getting closer and closer and closer. And then this man was in the doorway, and the way he looked at me, and just everything about him just struck me to my core, that, like, I didn't have a name for it, but I knew it was bad. It was so bad. And I
Yeah.
spilled all my water all over me. And my father was like, thank God my father was there. But my father was like, "Oh, that's just the janitor." But he didn't pick up on it, and I did. And ever since then, if I hear whistling, it just takes me, and I didn't figure it out until not too long ago, what it was.
Yeah, that's why whistling fucks you up.
Yeah.
It's because
And
that
whispering.
experience.
Whispering,
Oh,
because I
yeah.
had a stalker who would call me on the phone and whisper. This was horrific. I had this stalker
Where?
forever
In New
in
York?
Brooklyn, and then when I was in service and I lived in Charleston, South Carolina, and then when came home to Brooklyn, it was like this
Hold up.
person.
The 2 places Rex Heuermann were? Where he used to do that?
Oh my God.
Did you ever check? Do you know who the stalker was?
No, we didn't. My mother thought it was
His brother lives in Charleston, right?
I don't know.
Or
I know he
Chesterville?
lives in
Like,
South Carolina, but I don't know
I think it's
about.
Charleston, right?
I don't think so. I think he's out in the country. Charleston is a little bit.
Where is his brother? Isn't Craig out there in
He's in South Carolina, but I don't know where.
It's just kind of weird.
Yeah, it was horrific. It
He
was
also
horrific.
used to, well, also there's the weepy voice killer. He used to call and weep to people, but there was Ivanovitz, didn't he call people and whisper? And so did Larry Jean Bell.
Do you know, back in the day, it was a landline, right? So back in the
Mhm.
day, there was no call waiting, no caller ID, none of that
Mhm.
stuff. And he knew when my husband was doing overnights. This person would call, and then he wouldn't. Well, actually, he even called when Eric was there, and he
What
wouldn't.
years was this?
This was in 80. It was from like the mid 70s to the early 80s that this happened to me. And so he would call and whisper, and then I would unplug the phone and then plug it back in, he would still be on the phone. And then
Yeah,
finally,
because you could do that back then. If they didn't hang up, you were fucked.
exactly, he wouldn't hang up, and he knew that. So what ended it was I called the operator because I was home alone, and I called the operator, and I'm like, I don't know what to do. And she said, listen, the next time he calls, hit the button, the receiver, and it'll click on his end and say, yes, operator, this is the call to be traced. And I did that the next time he called, and he never called back again.
Do you remember what year that was?
That was 81. It was 81, and it was in like January.
Was this in Brooklyn?
No, wait a minute. It was not January. It was in March. No, this was in, when I stopped it, that was in Charleston, South Carolina. In Brooklyn, it would be on my mom's phone. Like, you know, when I was growing up, it was our phone. But then when I
Is the
left,
same guy?
I don't know. They were always whispering.
They were both whispering though?
Yes.
So how old were you? You were in your teens?
So I was 17. So it was from age 16, 17 to 2021.
So, but he called you on your mom's phone.
Now I just never put it. I didn't think it was the same person, but
he's whispering, and it's over.
It's the same, like, yeah.
First of all, the leveling up when you move, it very rarely. I don't know how I know this. I will send you data on it though, because believe it or not, I have a lot of research on people who, I know I joke and I love to prank call on here, but I have a lot of research on people who are sadistic sexual sadists, stalkers, murderers, a lot of different sex-based crimes that are led up to by stalking, like stalking behavior, a lot of data, a lot of research on it. And I'm going to send some of it to you because I'm not trying to freak you out or anything, but this is I just want you to understand this is very weird that you would have two call in a whisper. The only reason I could think of before I even say this is, did they call at night or did they call at random times and it was always a whisper?
It was always a whisper.
Okay.
It was at night no, it was like random times, but mostly at night. And
mostly
overnight,
at night.
like overnight, like in the middle of the night. But it was, it could have, you know, there were times that it was in the afternoon, but the majority of the times it was at night, overnight, like late
This
at
is
night.
so weird. This sounds exactly like there's case studies on people who both were stalked by specific individuals, criminals, some well-known, some not so much. And there's others that are just like the data that you can find online, like more funneled down stuff beyond the UCR crime reports, but also victim reported data in specific areas that have to do with stalkers that, I mean, a lot of it is public. And when you look into it, like, I've gotten so many emails from people on this channel who've been stalked like in the 90s and 80s. And it's so strange because there's always an identifiable thing. Like he spoke in a soft voice, or he had X accent, or he sounded very whiny. But there's always like something that stands out that people remember. And whispering is super rare unless it's for one of two purposes, maybe even three, I would say. But typically it's because they're doing it at night. So they live somewhere, or they are somewhere where other people could hear. Right. So why would you whisper unless you don't want to be heard?
But I think I got the feeling that he did that intentionally.
To disguise.
No, to scare me.
And to scare. Okay. So that would be the third. I was going to say just to, as a gimmick, but yeah, I guess that's the same thing, you know, to scare.
Yeah.
Like a signature, like this is the thing I'm going to do to freak her out type of thing. So
right.
yeah,
It was very freaky. Yeah.
But the other would also, I think, be, I mean, it would namely be like because it's at night, because they have family around, right? Or to disguise the voice, because if you whisper, your voice sounds different than if
Right.
you're
I wouldn't be able to identify it. It had to be somebody that I knew, though.
That's what I'm thinking,
Had to be.
because they would have to know that you moved. Also, they would have to know who your mom was.
Right.
They'd have to know schedules.
Right.
Did you have like any cousins or anyone who pranked you or fucked with you?
No, but I mean, we used to prank call and all
That
the
seems
time and
fucked
stuff,
up, though.
but no. So, but there was, and he wasn't my cousin. He was. We called him my cousin because his mother and my mother grew up together, and so we called her our aunt. So we had like, even though I came from a huge family, we would have people who would come into our family that we would be like family. And my mom always thought it was this kid. She always believed that it was him. And I mean, I even think she like said something to him.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
What did he say? Or did she tell you what he said?
Yeah, I think he got, like, me and him used to hang out though, and she said something to him one time. But he didn't admit anything. She said, but he got nervous. So I know it's him. And my mom is an empath too. So
Oh, I was gonna ask, is she intimidating? Is that why he got nervous?
well,
Was she like, you
she is kind
fucking
of
call my house?
intimidated, but she is like an empath, so she can
Yeah.
like feel you, But I didn't think it was him though. I still to this day don't believe that it was him.
Do you ask him?
No, because I just thought my mom did, or she didn't ask him. She told him, I know it's you, so stop. But it never stopped.
How
And
long
he
did it
was
go on?
scared.
So it went on
So
from
17, 18, 19, 20, 25 years.
How old were you when it stopped?
21. Because I'm thinking back my age. So
Do
21.
you think you aged out? Was this person a pervert? Like, did they
No,
sound older?
when I clicked, I think that operator was brilliant because she
Oh
said,
yeah, the operator thing. That
yes,
is great.
she said, just click it and say, yes, operator, this is the call to be traced. And never, ever did I get that call again.
God damn, that's fucking crazy.
Mhm.
It would probably, I do agree, it has to be someone you knew.
It
Because
had
if they knew your mom's number and then they found out yours, they knew your schedule, they knew when you moved. People think about it sometimes too modern. We forget that back then you didn't, when you called someone on the phone, you had to hope they were home to
Right.
answer it. And also you had to hope there was no one else on the other line. And then you had to hope that they wanted to talk to you or that they weren't busy or taking a poop, something as simple as that. You're just not going to get in touch with that person.
I mean, they just waited for me to answer. Like we would get hang-ups and stuff like that,
And
but
you would unplug the phone and they'd just still be there.
they'd stay on it.
You think they saw you through like a window or
I
something?
don't know. Like one time, that's when I called the operator. When like it was just like getting to me. Like typically with me, I know I've had other stalkers and stuff, but I don't have time for stalkers. So I think they got bored with me,
It would have had to be someone local
But-
too, huh? Because if it was someone too far away and they had to pay long distance fees, they'd get caught.
Right. So that's why I think
It had to be someone
that
local.
I think, but when they called me in
Oh, man.
Charleston, that's where I think when I did say that tracing the call.
What about your neighbors? Do you have any weird neighbors or neighbor kids?
Like, my mom probably was right. It was probably this kid, like, who would, we considered cousins,
Yeah.
So.
Dude, we got to look this kid up now. Not live, but we got to find out what happened to him.
Yeah, my mom would know. When I talk to her, I'll ask her about it.
No, I'm talking criminal record. Shit your mom might not know.
Right. No, we can find out that too.
Yeah, I want to know. I want to know what happened to this kid. Do you think you'd sleep better at night if you knew that he was like in jail or something?
It didn't it was so long ago, and when it stopped, I was like, I mean, growing up in Brooklyn, we were just exposed to a lot of shit.
Oh, no,
So,
dude. I've been to Brooklyn, and first of all, fucking huge.
yeah,
So many different parts, and I'm like, I'm still
right.
fucking here. Also, goddamn, you have a lot of bodegas.
Yes.
The bagels, I like Prospect Park. That's where
We
I
have-
stayed. I stayed on
we have,
Vanderbilt.
Yeah, a bagel shop, bodegas, on like every block.
You could go down my buddy Trey's house. You walk out the front door, because that's where I stay every time I go. Or at least the last time we stayed across from the Empire State Building, and we stayed in one of the places where one of Rex's last victims was, and I didn't realize that till after.
Oh.
And it was in the middle of Times Square. And it was crazy because you walk out and it's Times Square right outside. But also, I've never stayed in a hotel room that tiny. And that, like, oh yeah, lots of prostitution has gone on here. Also, I believe it was next to or the same hotel that Schulman might have, or maybe it was Cottingham, killed a woman in. Found that out way later. But like right outside of it is where Heuermann texted with one of his victims and maybe even picked her up. Found that out later, and I was like, I got
Right. And that person had to leave her cell phone behind. Right? That was the instruction. to
And I
leave
think
the
she had a
phone.
friend staying in the hotel. Like,
Mhm.
and when I was looking it up, I was like, wow, like, yep, it's the exact same one. That's crazy. It's just it changed names. But I remember just being there and thinking, like, this is so sensory overload. And
Oh,
when
yeah.
you watch the old documentaries about Cottingham and shit,
I'm gonna
it
turn
was
my
even
camera on.
worse.
Just don't freak
Oh, yeah.
out. Because I put my hand on because I'm like such a
Here,
mess.
I'll turn mine off and you turn yours on.
Let me see.
That'll be fun. We'll reverse it. Here we go.
Wait. No, wait a minute. Wait. I don't know how to turn it on.
I think there's buttons on the bottom next to
see
settings.
remove.
Say mute, stop cam.
Oh, wait. Duh, it's right
settings.
there. Never mind. It's right there.
Right, there you are. Oh yeah, I remember
I got
you.
boxes back here because I'm doing a move, like a last minute move.
That's a
The
good ass hat. Look at that hat.
The management companies. Oh, the one back there.
Both of all your hats. You have good hats.
But the management company is evil, and yeah.
Yeah,
so-
they all are.
Oh my God, this is they're
would say real
I've
estate-
never experienced anything like them.
I
ever in
just
my whole life.
plugged rent into databases with all of the info from places and how people's credit would get approved. Like I just plugged it into. I did database management, and the hikes in rents in Texas. I used to live in an apartment that was $706 a month. Now it is $2,600. It's been
Yeah.
like
Oh yeah,
10 years.
Yeah, it is like hundreds of dollars instead of it used to be like $10, $15. No, you're getting hiked up.
And you
hundreds of
guys do
dollars.
have some people are lucky to still have rent control
I'm
there.
not in New York right
but
there. I'm not in New
not-
York, and so the state that I'm in is not. It's landlord friendly, and I'm so not used to that because in New York, it's tenant friendly.
Yeah, and they'll fuck you in
know,
court
I
too
mean,
because
they circumvented that, but
yeah, and they have a eviction when they take you to eviction court. They almost always side with them. That's how it is in Texas. Like
yeah, where
you
I'm
can't
at
be a
right now,
landlord.
I've never experienced anything like this ever in my whole life, and I'm like,
Mm.
this is insane.
Yeah, dude. I think the worst is like Alabama, Arkansas. They have horrible. Like they have the laws are to the point where a guy can kick your door down and molest you, and they're like, "Well, he's your landlord," and it's like Jesus
Yeah, where
Christ.
I'm at, it's like, yeah, it's just it pisses me off. And if I start talking about it, I'll get like all worked up.
So let me show you. I'm going to show you some Christine stuff. Look, I just uploaded it. I'm excited you can see this. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put it over as an overlay. Here's the stuff I found. I've never shown this to anybody. It says an error occurred on one of them, but This is stuff you've already seen probably. This is the enhancement I did on the ring watch. Remember that?
No, I
This
don't.
is
But I
this is
remember.
the watch ring she was wearing. It was a ring. Do you remember you could get
Yes,
them at?
yes, I remember the ring watches. Yep.
Yeah, so we were focused on trying to figure out make model of watch or ring
That's
watch.
a
But
quartz.
do you see
But
how it's toasted? It's supposed to be light goldish silver, and this is all burned.
right.
And this is after they took it off of her. This is where she grew up. So like this was her house. And
I mean,
then
she had a good life, and
Mhm.
but I think her finding out that she was adopted, and I think that really messed with her head. But I
And
think
then
she
her
had a-
parents said what did they say? They said we just assumed she moved to Florida because
yeah,
she
that
was about that.
that bugged me
That
because
bugged me too. What's in Florida? Who's in Florida?
it does like so you just think, for 30 years, whatever, however long time it was, that
Thank you.
she was there the whole time.
And
And
she had
never
a baby, and you knew she had the baby.
Right.
So you didn't I mean, I'm not trying to shame them, but what
No.
about the grandkid? And then I'm going to show you some shit that I haven't seen anybody post before. And I mean, I've sent it in, but I don't think it hinges anything different. Because keep in mind, or it changes anything really, but just keep in mind, she left Morris. She quit her job, right, at Rainbow at the mall. And then she goes to the Poconos. She's at Mount Airy Resort. And then somehow she ends up murdered in the balloon shoes with the pink dress. She's got that watch on. So they didn't rob her. They didn't take her jewelry, like
Right.
maybe a
No, they didn't
bag.
rob her. She had money in that cigarette pack.
Yeah.
That's
So
positive.
like they didn't rob her. And obviously with the stuff done to her, people are like, oh, it's personal. Well, I don't think so personally, but so I ran some Google Trends data with her name because she's one of those unique cases where her identity came out in 2023. So anything that had her full name, which was actually unique. There were at the time up until early 2000s, really, there's just her and her daughter. The others were born, well, I would say like late 90s, early 2000s. So you've got a 10-year time span where she's the only Christine Belusko with that full name. And then simultaneously, you've got and that age, and she does have a phone number in an old phone book on oldphonebook.com. But also no one knew the identity of Staten Island Jane Doe until 2023. So I'm wondering, has anyone Googled Staten Island Jane Doe murdered, Christine Belusko found, Staten Island Jane Doe, Christine Belusko, thinking whoever killed her probably knew her name. Let's just assume that.
Right.
Maybe they didn't, but if they did they ever Google it to check and see if her body was identified? So I run a whole bunch of that through, like, all of the possibilities I could think of through Google Trends with the specific search identifiers. So interesting thing I found, as you can see here, is sometime around 2000, end of 2008, early 2009, 100% of the Google searches for her name next to Staten Island Jane Doe came from less than one, which is about one person in California. So then I ran them again for these specific dates, which was when they started collecting the data until 2015, which I just picked arbitrarily because it was pre-2023. And I wanted to narrow down the window to get better results. And I just did her name. And I got Chicago, Illinois, again, less than one, but 100% of the searches were exactly Christine Belusko. So I found that interesting. So we have Chicago and California. And then I checked every single solitary year between that. And that's all the results. Now, none of her family lived in any of those places.
Right.
Last I checked. So I found that interesting. And then I did it one more time and I narrowed it down.
Oop, are you there? Did you get bumped off or did I get bumped off?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, cool. Sorry, I think we got bumped off.
Okay.
So basically right here, this is a screenshot from if you widen the search to 2020, and it's got between 1 and 100 searches occurred in Shreveport, Louisiana. But there was no interest over that time for that area. So I thought that was really weird. And then the other things, this is the stuff I've never seen before. So if you look up unclaimed property right here, you get unclaimed property for Christine and Krista, which would be her daughter. In Montville, Morris Avenue is right where their old house was. It's undisclosed. So she's got 3 unclaimed properties things, which can range from like this is a insurance plan, which is kind of weird.
Right.
From Wappinger Falls, New York. So was it her insurance? Was it a money she's supposed to get back, or did someone file a claim on her? And then up here, because keep in mind they didn't identify her until 2023.
Right.
So if they filed a claim on her, she was missing, even though she wasn't reported missing, like could they say she? I just don't know what that is. And then right here, 50 Parson Road in Clifton, that's also, I believe, New Jersey, right? So that is undisclosed and it's a business. But when you look it up, I believe, if I remember correctly, that might have been at the time a apartment complex, which means she might have lived there. And that would have been around the time of Poconos. So I thought that was weird. She has 3 unclaimed properties. And then here's another thing.
I mean, could somebody have like stolen her identity? Like,
I don't think so back then. I think it would have been, I think those were all legit. I actually didn't mean to show that, but that is just someone that I was looking at for Lloyd, and it's not them. What is this one? Okay. This is the garage, I believe, that I was looking at. Here we go. So these are 2 other unclaimed properties for somewhere else nearby. And this could be like a bill return. It could be life insurance policy. But I thought it was weird. It's her and her daughter's name.
right.
So yeah, that's the stuff I found.
Hmm.
And I just think it's all kind of weird. Oh, there's also a Utica.
Yeah, that's upstate.
Utica, New York was the other in 2009. That actually had a pretty good surge, which means there were a bulk amount between 1 and 100. And then 100% of them were that. And that was specific to Staten Island Jane Doe.
I wonder if it was maybe, see, her daughter's in her 30s. So that
They're
would
still trying to find her.
Right. Maybe somebody was trying to find her and they were in those areas trying to find her. Like not in the area, but just they were there and they were like, let me see if I can.
Yeah. I was also thinking, there are others, maybe someone just Googled her. Maybe someone used to work with her and was like, I wonder what happened to her. Let's find
Or
her.
like
on
that
Facebook.
person who left a comment that I can't remember if
Yep.
I have to look it up.
Well, look, I have to go, but listen,
Yeah,
we
I
need
do
to do
too.
this again.
Yeah.
If I do a Christine Belusko episode, will you come back on?
Yes.
Fuck yeah. And maybe you could get in touch with that lady and see what's up.
Right.
Right.
I will. I mean, I feel so bad, but like I said, I was just going through it and I could not.
Girl, you have every right
say.
to.
Yeah.
Shit. I'd probably
I
still
thought he
be
was-
fucked up.
Yeah, I mean, I am still fucked up from it,
Yeah.
you know.
But
he's
as soon as you get
14.
moved,
Yeah, I expected him. Like I have, you know, I got him cremated, so I have his little box there, and his little like I did. It was a picture that because I'm a photographer, and then I put it on canvas, and I put it on a piece of tree trunk that I found, a slice of it, and I
oh, that
did the
rules.
whole thing. And but if you go to my channel and you see my banner, that's him. And I have
Oh,
it oil painting.
oh, and I just noticed your name, Tina No Cam. I'm a hot mess.
Yeah, I know because I am. I feel like I probably shouldn't have
I
turned
didn't
the
realize
camera
you made
off.
that your name. It's
Yeah.
funny. Everybody in the chat, I just looked at it. People love your hat.
Oh, thanks. Oh,
That's
this
it.
hat or those hats?
That hat. It's a
Oh,
good
yeah,
ass hat. You got
it
pearls
is.
on it.
Yes, and it's
Don't
got
let Nurse Kim see that hat. She's gonna want it. It's got
it's a
pearls.
Betty something. Yeah, it's pearl. I got it at Macy's. You know,
Oh, that's so cute.
It was on sale.
Look, Melissa hates everything and she thinks you're great. And look, Mitty says you
Aw.
beautiful. Ooh, and she got
Aw.
that ain't even a Stanley. What is that? That's better. You got blinged out cup.
Aw.
Everybody
yes.
adores you. So for those of you who don't know, I met Tina on Melanie Little's channel. We didn't even meet that night. We just each called in on the same night. And then with the bartender chick on the big list, or not bartender, what was she? A card.
Oh, blackjack. Yes, I
Blackjack
remember.
dealer
'Cause
girl.
she thinks that she met him, right?
And she was hanging out with him for like fucking all day while he was taunting her.
Right. I
And that
forgot
was
about that.
that was one of Melanie's best episodes, people say. And in that one, we all three called in.
Right.
And I
because
brought
she
up
was-
Christine Belusko casually, and then you freaked out. You were like, "Oh, Christine!" And then I went and I see you put a video on your channel, and I watched it. And I was like, oh, "This is great!" Like someone knew who I was talking about. Like that blew my mind when you said it.
Well,
And I
it's
was
so
like,
funny because she took a chance because she was her first. She just started
never
out.
did
And she
call-ins
was like,
before.
let me put the link out there. And everybody like Judy Ron, they were all telling her, you're crazy. You shouldn't do that. And she did it. And then we got on.
Yeah, the 3 calls she took that night, right? And she said that, I mean, each one of us, I feel like was unique. And what's weird is we first of all, Blackjack Girl, I want to check in on her. I hope she's okay. Like that
Right.
shit
I
blew
forgot about
people's
now. I'm
mind.
starting to remember. I'll have to watch that episode again because
And
that was
since then, we find out that, okay, so we knew Marie Brainerd Barnes was a dealer at that casino or worked there or something.
Right.
But also, if you look up, what's his name? The guy from Connecticut, what's his fucking name? Paul Markov, right? Is that his name? Paul something. He was a serial killer there. He used to go to the same casino, and that's where he
they're
picked up
everywhere.
women to kill.
Like,
or Philip Markov.
oh,
He picked up women at the same casino that Marine worked at, but also that the victims worked at for him. And that was also where in Foxwoods was the casino where she worked, right? Or one of those.
yes.
Might have been Mohegan
so
Sun.
crazy. Do you know who I feel the worst? I feel so bad for is was it Amber who did
Costello.
Because the one who took his money and then the boyfriend came out and said, "Get the
Bear
hell out of here."
Yeah, Bear and the other guy. And there's a really good channel out there where he talks about all of this. They
Right.
tipped in the same tip we made. We made the tip from Web Sleuths. All the people in Web Sleuths, we made a tip because they were talking about that shit in the Johns forums. And people were threatening to kill her with a bat over that scam.
Right.
And the night that shit happened, she had just posted a post and then disappeared, and everyone presumed someone killed her because months later the FBI showed up. And they're like, guys, hide your wives. Don't let them, they're going to come to your house. And I remember sending those screenshots in. And then to find out Bear tipped in that car and they didn't follow up on any of
No,
it.
they
She had
didn't.
like 30 people.
Because he
called
was
that
so
tip
worried
in.
about what's his face. He was so worried about, he's probably, the whole, it's insane.
He was in there. He was in those forums. Like he was definitely in the Big Doggy forum. And he was
My
definitely
nephew is NYPD and he went over to Suffolk County. I hope they straighten their shit out there. But I felt the reason I felt so bad because that he tortured her.
Yeah.
Probably worse than anybody.
Because she brought the phone too, right? Or no, she left the phone. She brought
No,
the
she
phone
left the
before.
phone. She left
No,
the
before, because this was not his first time seeing her.
Right. Well,
And then she scammed him. And then he's like, you can't fucking bring that phone.
Right. And he
I
was
think
gonna,
Megan Waterman tried to bring her phone, right?
right. Somebody did bring their phone, and he got the phone,
think
and
it
he
was
called
Megan.
his sister. Was it?
No, that was
Yeah.
no, it was right, Megan Waterman. Or
No,
no,
it
whose
was-
sister was that?
It was somebody. Oh, no, I can't think of it.
Fuck.
But he called the little sister
Yeah.
from her phone.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Amber, like for me, she was brutalized.
Yeah.
Probably worse than anybody because she ripped him off.
Yeah, and they said that, and you can read the text messages he sent her in that affidavit, and it's like, oh fuck, like
He was like, "How could you do that to
you
me?
owe me, you owe
Yeah.
me big time." Jesus Christ.
So I hate to
Ugh,
think
what a
about
sick fucker.
that. Yeah.
He's gonna get tortured though. Actually, I know a guy who used to work at Riverhead who was a guard, and he runs a comedy club, and we were talking all through Skankfest about this. And I'm trying to get him to come on. He's like, oh, that guy, he's not having a good time. I'm like,
Well, he's
"Could
in
you
the
please
cell
come
by
talk to me
himself,
about it?"
so he's protected right now.
I think it's more like psychological torture. Like
Yeah,
he said,
but
all they
you
do
know
is
that
talk
he
shit
slept-
to each other.
that his first night, he
Uh-huh.
slept like a baby,
Well,
which is typical,
can't last forever.
and so like, if it was somebody innocent, they'd be pacing and like, no, he slept like a baby, they said.
Yeah, he's a sick fuck, dude.
Yeah. Oof.
I can't wait for him to get found guilty.
Ugh.
And I swear to Christ, if anybody comes around pulling this Rex is innocent bullshit, I'm
No,
gonna
I don't
freak
think
out,
so.
dude.
Yeah, because he
They
looks like
better fucking not. They better not.
Well, his wife, I got on Judy Ron's show one day
Mhm.
because they were talking about Asa, and
Mhm.
when she got that $1 million deal with NBC or whatever. So I got on, and I was like, me and Judy Ron were just ragging on her because it was like, but
I'm kind of on the opposite side of that because I've had to work with them before, and it's not a good deal. Peacock, they fuck you so bad. They fuck you so bad. They've also it's 50 Cent. Like that's who everyone should be mad at. The rapper 50 Cent. He's the one who did that. That's his documentary.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's his production company's documentary. And the other half of the production company is extended with Peacock, which is a subsidiary, I believe, of NBC still, which it was then too. Those contracts are fucked. Like, first of all, she can never speak up on behalf of herself or her family.
Oh,
They
so they
probably had to get.
they have like an ironclad NDA.
Oh yeah, they had to get
Yeah.
permission guaranteed from the lawyers to make a statement when Victoria was getting hosed. But at the same time, she's got a lot of different cancers. They're never hireable. Like the daughter immediately got outed. Like they all lost their jobs. The one kid has autism. She
Right.
got
I
2
know
types
that.
of cancer. Like, and now they're seizing all the assets that are worth anything. And then her husband, all that.
They're moving to South Carolina, or they moved.
Yeah. And now she's got to live with the creepy brother and rely on them.
Well,
And it's
see,
just
I did feel bad. And
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, now
I'm
that's
like,
like,
$1 million's not going to last them long. But not only that, people forget that contract is $1 million all inclusive. The lawyer, I believe, gets like 280,000. Like 600,000 of that is not hers.
right.
And like
but-
then they have to split it 3 ways. Like that's going to get them through 3 years, and they're still like that guy's last name. Like they're not. I don't know. I feel weird about that. I have yet to, but I also get pissed when she's like, the one time it came out that also was like, I'm supporting him, or I don't think he did
Yeah,
it. Like
he
those
did-
I'm like, she's just in fucking denial, you know?
He said, I have to wait until I see all the evidence.
But if she sees that evidence and then sticks by him, she could get fucked.
Yeah.
You know?
I'm the opposite. I
Yeah.
do feel bad that I went. I mean, I didn't go crazy off on Judy Ron, but I was
Yeah.
just like, when that first came out, I was like, but yeah,
I was
I'm-
irritated
yeah.
too, but that's because I just didn't really have time to process it and think about it, you know? It was just a
You know,
lot.
I don't like after that, it is what it is.
Well, see, Richard Allen's wife is a little different to me, Minnie, because the thing with her is, I mean, we'll have Turbo on to explain that, but Homegirl's portrayed a lot differently, I think, than the way she kind of is. Let's just say that she hangs out with her and Richard are siding with a lot of conspiracy, free Brian Koberger type of people, Sandy Hook crisis actor type of people, like really bad, like really crazy shit where they still think that people who did horrible things are innocent. Like the purple haired lady, that chick, that's like a woman with a lot of restraining orders for her fucking foul shit. And yeah, that chick was the only one in court aside from, I mean, I know the Matas Bob went with them.
Yes,
But
Bob and
that
Allie.
purple haired lady's a fucking
Allie got kicked out.
yeah, that purple haired lady's like a conspiracy nutbag who ruins lives. Like she's really fucking nuts. And like,
which one is that?
She's Richard, what's her name? Lisa, what's her fucking name? Kathy Allen's best friend. And that chick like hosed the families online and was really awful. And like for her to be besties with that chick, like we'll have Turbo on. We'll show you guys. There's some fucked up shit.
I don't get too deep, and like usually I go by gut and like
I mean, Richard had all the same accounts Stefan did and more. He had a big ass fucking Dropbox. I mean, I'm fucking convinced just by the digital evidence, and they didn't have to show much because I saw the leaked crime scene photos, which were fucked up, and I was real pissed about it. They popped up on Twitter, but I could tell you this much: those sticks, a lot of them were not positioned. Like they were branches with other branches attached. They grow like that in nature. You can't tell me that's a rune. That is a long branch with connecting branches that are like it grew that way. So
do you think that the prosecution will test the DNA that they said they were saving?
I think it's kind of like a BK issue. I think that they know whose DNA it is now and it's irrelevant. And I don't think they want to waste that time on it because I do know that some of it is the sisters because they stated that. And for some reason, people just refused to acknowledge it. And also she borrowed that sweater from her sister. And that's what happens. Your hair gets on shit. There's just a lot of, I can't recommend more Turbo's channel because she was there every single day and got all of it. But I could tell you this much. Elvis didn't do it. There is actual proof that he was over 3 hours away at the time.
Why would he say something like that though?
Well, all the third party shit that they are relying on with the defense, all of it's been debunked. Like there are cameras on a guy at work when the crime happened. Also, there are cameras that charted every single vehicle going back and forth. But a lot of the channels who are pro Richard Allen didn't report that. But it is in the courtroom. Like the transcripts will come out if they're not already, and you can read it. Like they know which vehicles went by, and they failed to mention a lot on these same channels that his house was walking distance, like to where that happened. And there was a man walking. It all lined up perfectly. It just wasn't put out by anybody really in the proper order. So it seems very crazy. But also, they didn't release a lot of evidence or at least bring it up as an argument in court that I personally think they should have. But the reason they didn't is because the third party defense wasn't allowed in because it was proven these people couldn't have done it. So there's no need to defend something that hasn't been brought up in court. But when the public's bringing it up and there's a gag order, you can't really, you know what I mean?
It was to me, the way that whole case was handled and not being like, it didn't feel transparent to me.
Same. And it's the same 7 scale and 4.
It just leaves like too much to the imaginations of everybody on both sides.
One thing we've learned, when there's no trial going on, people have to fill space. So they fill with drama. If there's no evidence being shown, people have to fill it with what? Bullshit and conspiracies.
Right.
So when we are left alone to our own devices and not hand fucking spoon fed every single fact with proof, and sometimes even if you are, you're always going to have a group go rogue. And I think the best thing to do is I don't know, look at other cases that's happening. That's what I try to do because I'm like,
I mean, we are, you know,
yeah,
fucked
we're
up
just human
as
though.
as a species. We're just like fucked up.
We
But
need to
what
be
I can't take is the Sebastian Rogers thing. Like,
And with that, we're gonna go.
Yes, I know. There you go. That just ended everything. You know, I feel
Dude,
so bad for this kid with all this stupid shit that's going on with that. I don't even watch it. Like I see it come
We'll
up.
do an episode on it one day, and you got to be here for me because I'm gonna need someone to clutch through that one. But I have to go piss, and I have to
Me
feed the
too.
dog and walk him.
Me
But I
too.
love
And I'm
you
doing
so much.
laundry, and I'm doing and I'm up all night, and
Kill it. I know you're gonna do great moving. You're gonna get out of that fucking shit. You're gonna be great, and we're gonna talk about Christine soon.
All right.
For sure. It was so nice to see you, Tina.
Yeah,
This is crazy.
you
What a good
too.
reunion.
Yeah, I know.
Say
I
bye
wasn't
to
sure
Aunt
if you'd
Tina,
remember.
everyone.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember. I watched your channel. You keep doing it. When you're ready to make another video, I'll be there.
Okay.
You have a good one, girl.
Bye. How do I
Bye.
get out? Oh.
Oh, I got you. You guys, that was Tina. I'll link the episode where you can see me, Tina, and Blackjack Dealer on Melanie Little's channel. That is the episode that got this whole channel started. Maybe that's a good way to start 2025 is explaining who the fuck I am and how I got here. I love you guys to death. Thank you so much for listening. I did not look at chat for most of that. I was just so excited to see Tina. I have not seen her in a long time, and it is nice to see her. And all of this will make sense once, I promise. I'll post a link in the description below. And we've got some big plans. We're gonna have to do some Christine Belusko stuff. Happy New Year song. Let's do it. Let's do it, Big Turd. Let's do it, Big Turd. Turd, can you send me a link to it on Discord right now, or did you? Let's see. I think you might have. Oh, you sent me some weird shit on Discord, Turd. Oh, that's not. Damn it, that is the wrong one. I just opened it. Let's see. Let's see. Where is it? Where is it? God damn it, Turd. Send me a link. All right, I'm just going to open it on your page if I can find it. Why do you wait until I clean out my fucking URLs to send me this shit? Let me see, girl. Let me see. Here we go. There it is. Happy New Year's from Colorado. Jesus Christ, Turd. I'm assuming this is going to be extremely offensive. And I thank you for that. I thank you so much, Turd. If you guys want to go to Turd's channel, hold on. Let me get the URL. No, I already got it pulled up, Turd. I'm just getting your URL so I can share it. If you guys want to check out Big Turd, you can do so right here. Let me put that up. You kids are the best. I love you to death. Listen to your older sister. She's going to go off a cliff. You guys just follow her. She has the best intentions. I'll see you soon. I love you. You're all fucking grounded. Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Laura, my sweet little middle child. You're the best. Here we go.
Whole new year, new blessing. Hold my beer, keep guessing. Have no fear, French dressing. Chandelier, distressing. Watch it drop, crystal ball. Belly flop, rebel call. Make it stop, fuck 'em all. Sandwich shop, thank you, Paul. Happy New Year. Celebrate whatever. Happy New Year. Celebrate whatever. Happy New Year. Celebrate whatever. Crocodile, Bumblebee, Julia Stiles, where is she? Stockpot pile, sex candy, retrial, new kidney. Happy New Year. Celebrate whatever. Happy New Year. Celebrate whatever. Happy New Year. Masturbate whatever. The year of the snake, it slithers around. Make no mistake. celebrate or whatever, Happy New Year. Fornicate or whatever, Happy New Year. Masturbate or whatever, Happy New Year.